All right,
Yep.
it's audio check time,
Eating
everybody.
some
Audio
taco.
check, audio check. How's everybody doing?
Audio check. Eating tacos.
You should hear
Audio
the
check,
conversation
audio
we're
check.
having right now.
It'll be a good show.
Oh
Crazy
dear.
I know a
Crazy
few that are
time.
used to it.
Hello, and welcome to the Yacht Club, the weekly show where we talk about all things Star Citizen. We try to have a fantastic, great time, talk about all the hottest news, the latest hot topics, and everything that's going on in the community for Star Citizen. And we try and do it in style without spilling our drinks. Welcome, everybody. Joran, Dr. Murray, how you doing?
All right.
Fantastic.
Fantastic. And we have a special guest on our show this week, the Horton Hustle. You may know her from her own stream, the Horton Hustle, and from just being an overall awesome person in the community. Horton, how you doing today?
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, doing really well. Doing really well. I guess one sort of sad point of note, though, is due to some creative differences with the show, Shadowkin has left the Yacht Club, at least for a short time, maybe longer. But otherwise, we're continuing on with the show, and we hope it's going to be fantastic and better than ever as it's been continuing since the show was started. So thanks, everybody, for being here, and we hope you have a fantastic time tonight. Why don't we go around the table and start with Dr. Murray and find out, Doc, who are you wearing tonight, and more importantly, what are you drinking?
Well, currently I'm wearing a black T-shirt. I don't remember who made it.
Is it an original Calvin Klein?
It might be. I don't know. It feels more like the. It might be a client. Anyways, and I'm not drinking anything at the moment because I forgot to go get my drink. I got to do that here in a second and go get
Drink.
some
Okay.
booze.
Very important.
Horton has a big bottle of something.
Oh, but it's almost gone.
We hope you have another one.
Oh yeah.
Was that bean?
Always. We have another bottle. Always. It's what is it? It's a rosé
Oh, it's just
wine.
She
Yeah.
likes
Just
wine.
wine. I
It's
see how
just
it is.
wine.
It's just wine.
I'll get
If you-
heartier
watch
stuff
Horton enough.
next time. I'll just take shots next time.
Wine is great. Wine is perfectly great. We need to have a wine drinker on occasionally.
We do.
Yeah.
The Fuse a wine drinker, right?
Yeah,
He
Yes,
likes
he
wine.
does the real wine too. I
Yeah,
do
he
the
does-
cheap
yeah.
shit. He does good stuff.
Hey, we were having a conversation in the Yacht Club. I think just yesterday, or no, it was in your channel. It's like where was I yesterday? It's like in your channel yesterday. We're talking about the price of wines, and one of the folks in your channel was saying that some older French lady said, okay, well here's a $200 glass of wine, and here's a $6 glass of wine. Didn't know which one it was, and he tried both of them, and he liked the $6 glass of wine. It's like, well, that's fine. And my average wine bottle is $15. I like the $12 to $15 price range. There's a lot of great wines in that price range. You don't have to spend a fortune. I mean, unless you have extra money to spend and you like certain refined things, sure.
Exactly. And that was Deceiver who said that. I was like, he was laying down some real
Yeah,
good
you-
advice. So I was like,
You've
hell
got some
yeah,
wine
you like what you
connoisseurs
like.
in your channel.
Yeah.
Well, we had one person who worked at a winery the other night, and that was really cool. So he's
Oh, is that who was laying out those? He could actually spell a 15-syllable French word
right. It was amazing. Yeah.
with
I was like,
with the French apostrophe accented.
Accident.
oh yeah, he
Wow.
made that wine look real sexy in text form.
That looked pretty tasty.
Yeah, it did.
It sounded very French.
Yeah. I like more expensive bottles of wine. Where I live is in Wine Valley of Oregon, so we have
Oh,
much
you
more
li-
That's
you live-
not
wineries around.
fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wine area. Okay, so what
Yeah.
kinds of wines? Do you like the Pinots?
It-
Because Oregon Pinots.
Oregon Pinot Noirs. We have the best soil and atmospheric conditions for Pinot Noirs in the world. So that's what we grow. And there are others. There are Grigios and some others.
I'm not drinking this evening, but this is my preference. Is the
Yeah.
Oregon Pinot Noirs. Erath. It's a fantastic Pinot Noir. I actually had that with a porterhouse last weekend, and there's just a
But
little
there's
tiny bit left over.
there's a winery less than a mile away from me, a vineyard.
Nice.
And then 3 miles down the road, there's 7 or 8 wineries because the whole area is surrounded by vineyards.
That's heaven.
So.
That's
Yeah. If you want wine.
That's a good place
It's a
to
great
get
place
wine.
to go for it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lovely.
No, I've only been to one winery, and I was like, that was like the best experience ever. I was like, I wish there was one closer that I could just visit every day. It'd be great.
There's a really cool winery up in Northeast Florida. There's a town called St. Augustine, which is the oldest city, the oldest town in America, and it's so much fun because I go by there. It's
Second oldest city in America.
What's the
What's
oldest?
the first?
Albuquerque. That shit was here long before the Europeans showed up.
Oh, that's fair.
It's the
That's
first
fair.
settled town from the Europeans in America, and so they've got like really historic buildings, and they've got this several hundred-year-old fort there, and they've got a winery, and so it's a Florida winery, and it's actually fairly decent. I don't like all their wines, but it's the only kind of winery experience to get here. I've been to a couple places where they sell some other Florida wines, and they're like all weird fruit-based crap, and like ew.
Well,
Ew.
it's Florida wine. It is
Wow.
what
Very
it-
little
it is-
decent comes out of Florida.
It is what it is.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Leadership Larry says champagne for the win.
Yep.
Yes.
There are no hills in
That's
Florida,
dangerous.
so
No,
I don't know how you grow
there-
wine there.
And Uno is saying port is the drink of choice. I have to totally agree. I love port.
Okay, so somebody needs to recommend a good, reasonably priced port for me to try, because I've had a port in a restaurant once that was fantastic, and every other port that I've had was disgusting.
Just try the tawny port. Like it's just a really it's like $40. It's not a super expensive port, and it's really good.
So that would last me like 2 years, because like I'm not going to drink that much. I'm just going to have a little bit every once in a while.
Yeah, you can probably get like trial bottles, at the front desk.
Once you
Yeah, that's what I need. The front desk.
once you open a port, it goes. So you got to drink
Yeah.
it pretty quick.
That's the
Well,
problem.
and
I'm not going to
they're
drink a whole
also-
bottle of
Ports
port.
do last a little bit longer
Higher
though. They
level
last a
of
few months, a couple months.
alcohol.
I mean, a bottle's only 4 glasses. So.
Yeah, exactly. None of whatever you open is only gonna
Right.
last like a night.
Every
mean,
port I've had is like in a little small glass.
No,
Yeah, I don't drink a
No.
full glass of port when I drink port.
Yeah,
No.
I
Port,
do too. I down it with my dessert. I'm like, this is happiness.
ports are meant to be drank in shot glasses, or
yeah,
or maybe
that's how I've always had them.
sours, gummy sours.
I've ordered a
They
bunch
make
at
wine
restaurants
glasses.
and I've just rarely had them when I really like them, because I always pick the wrong one. They're always a little bit I don't know. I haven't chosen the right one.
Yeah, ports
Yeah.
ports from a restaurant, you get it in a dessert glass, which is
Yeah.
really a shot glass on a stem.
Exactly. That's what it is. It's one like in one of those little mini tulip glasses.
Mhm.
I've
It's like
never
it's like
seen that.
it's like a tiny version of this.
Right.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah,
I've seen that before, but I've ordered port in a restaurant. But I just
Graham's
prefer to drink
port's
it.
good.
Yeah.
This is a 20-year one, and it's pretty good.
Which one is that?
It's a Graham's, right? Yeah, Graham's 20-year tawny port. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. Z's also brought port home
Yeah, there's
from
lots of them.
Portugal. That was amazing. And again, there's no small glasses.
No.
Yeah. So that'll have to be one of those.
See, her wine bottles are bigger than mine because there's more than 4 glasses in there.
Well, that's why I buy the cheaper wine. I like the big bottles.
So why don't we move
Maybe
on?
4 full glasses.
Jordan, what are you
right
drinking
kind of
tonight?
So I am actually having a Franziskaner. So this is a lovely Hefeweizen
Ooh,
from
Oh.
from Munich since 1363. So interestingly, so they're saying that they've been around since 1363, and my favorite Hefeweizen, the Weihenstephaner, is only from like 1500 something. So somebody's lying to me about being the oldest brewery here.
yeah. Well, that's a really
They're
long
both- they're both
time
very
since we're now in 2049, right? Or 20.
Yes. Yeah.
50.
29,
29.50.
29,
God
50.
damn it. Do you know anything?
Genetonic is
What
saying that
time
our
am I
audio is
in?
way out of sync. Does anybody else have out of sync audio?
Out
Anyone
of
else?
sync
How's audio? Are we out of sync? Audio test out there.
1, 2,
Hello?
Testing.
Hello?
Testing.
2.
Good morning, Starlet. She's waking up in Thailand.
Woo!
All right.
All right, I'm going to go get a drink.
Slightly out of sync, he says. Okay, well, if you guys can
Love it.
suffer it, we'll continue on.
5-ish seconds or more.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's a lot. So
Wow.
maybe it's a little
Do some
off.
clapping. One clap, single clap. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ah, I was the only one.
I kind of
I thought it was just your clap.
I didn't actually hear your clap.
Well, you look at it. Ready? It's loud.
So
Anyway.
Okay, so it says 1 second. So if it gets worse, then I guess we can we have to restart to get it synced up.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not too bad. We'll just keep rolling.
The other thing you can do is you can try refreshing your browser, and that may solve it.
Yep.
So
Sometimes
give that a
it's
shot too.
browser related.
Yeah.
Stim's audio is synced. It's Stim's internet that's lagging everyone else's. EOD seems to be more.
EOD is enjoying trolling me right now.
Yes. So, well, EOD streams now, so we can just make him have a whole episode where he has to string beads on every single one of his beard hairs.
Yes.
That would take a long time. It'd be great.
Oh, it's got a serious beard.
It would be like watching a Star Citizen live.
General Avispa Gaming says that I seem to be the most out of sync to them.
Well, it could be the case because you're in Florida, and I'm streaming here from Vancouver, so it's like the opposite side of North America almost. The civilized part of North America.
It pretty much is
not
about
including
as opposite
Alaska.
as you can go.
There are safe spaces in Florida, just not.
Nobody includes Alaska, and
No.
Florida's hell.
The lower 49 or 48. How many states are there anyway? we can't decide how many provinces there are in Canada, so I don't blame you and you've got like 5 times the amount that we have here.
Are there like 5 or 6 provinces?
No, there's 9 or 10 or 11.
Where'd those come from?
They split them in half. They took some of those big, long, tall ones and split them in half and made them into other provinces.
Is there like one Eskimo in each of the other provinces?
So there's 10 provinces.
The word is Inuit.
There's 10 provinces and 1 territory.
Sorry.
That's what it is.
I was not being Inuit insensitive.
Did they need more hockey teams? Is that why?
Yeah, they need it
That's
for the
probably
hockey
it.
division.
Yeah, more hockey teams.
And I love how Jordan's the typical Texan. He's like, nobody cares about Alaska. He's in Texas is the biggest.
That's true too.
Like,
So-
I was taught that Alaska was still a territory when I grew up in Texas. Like, Texas is the biggest state. And you're like, what about Alaska? It's still a territory.
No, nobody counts Alaska.
Arc Cato says, "Wait, Pluto isn't a province anymore."
It's not a province anymore. Uh-oh.
Love it, absolutely love it. Okay, so Horton, you told us what you're drinking, but what are you wearing tonight?
I'm wearing my. I got my Horton Hustle merch on.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right on.
I'm wearing Jump Club merch.
Nice.
I was gonna wear my Drake shirt, but I forgot to put it on.
Oh.
I should have gotten a smaller size, but it might be because I lost weight.
Yeah, I know. All the bread
a
will
little big on
fix
me.
that. You'll be fine.
I am fighting the bread like hard. Like yesterday, I'm having like 2 pieces of toast for lunch, and then I try not to have too much more. I might have 1 or 2 pieces in the afternoon. Yesterday, I had this amazing one that I had just made, and it was so good. I had 3 pieces with olive oil and balsamic, and it was so good. So all I had for dinner was just some broccoli.
Your willpower is incredible. I made toffee bars yesterday, and they're gone today.
Yeah, it is all about the willpower when you're making bread every single day.
Yeah. Wow.
I have bread in the oven as we speak.
And when do we get to see that? When's the big bread reveal?
About 30 or 40 minutes.
Okay, nice.
See how that comes out.
Old Peculiar redeemed Stim has to yodel for 3 seconds.
No, I thought we got rid of that one.
Yodel.
No,
Yes,
the yodel.
no,
Yes, yodel.
We love the yodel. Come on, yodel.
That was less than
I'm
3
terrible at
seconds.
this. I haven't started yet.
That
Hold
was me.
on, Gertie.
Oh,
Get on
that was
cue.
good.
Put on my lederhosen. Here we go. Yodelay-hee-hoo. Off key. Yodelay-hee-hoo. Was that 3
Getting
seconds?
better?
Please say it's 3 seconds. Yeah, it is.
No,
That's
one
okay.
more. One more.
All right.
Hey, one more.
Okay, now
Nicely done.
now I've murdered a few cats. that was honestly, that was worse than listening to the bagpipes. It was terrible.
And Mystic says we all need to take a drink.
Ugh.
If only to
I have a
forget.
drink
to
now.
forget.
Cheers.
Excellent.
Speaking of drinking,
That's,
I am drinking two things tonight. The first thing is, that's why my voice is off, right? Best excuse of the night so far. It is, call it Fire and Ice. It is Fireball and ice cubes. And then the second thing is a Dark and Stormy with some Kraken, because Kraken is the best.
Nice.
That's
Okay.
good.
And if you disagree, come at me, bro.
The Mystic says, especially after the yodel.
Right? You know,
I don't really like spiced rum, so
that's okay.
yeah, I don't really like Kraken, but it's okay. It's a good cheap rum that everybody likes.
Yeah,
By me.
it's good. It's not an amazing rum, but I enjoy it. Nick
No.
Charles coming in for $50. Wow, buddy.
Woo!
Nicely
Thanks,
done.
Nick.
That's a rename. You get to rename somebody.
Oh, wow.
Uh,
Thanks, Nick.
Oh.
You're
Yeah.
awesome. Where the hell did I post the...
He's the one working on the 890 render.
So
Oh yeah, he showed me that earlier, or he was posting that in the Jump Club earlier, and that was very cool looking.
for those of you as well that are doing donations tonight, we're trying to hold off on doing too many donations tonight until we can figure out what's going to happen financially with giveaways and stuff like that. We'll still do giveaways, but we're just kind of holding off until we get the accounts all sorted out. So we're asking that if you do want to donate, that's fine. But if we hold off, we'll be able to make sure we get your donations going to having much more value in just a couple of weeks once we get everything kind of sorted out on the financial side. The second thing is when it comes to Patreon, we're going to sort that one out as well, all kind of in the same stream. So don't worry, your Patreon dollars are still going towards an awesome giveaway. Yeah, it'll be fun.
And
Okay.
Starlet redeemed. We all need to take a drink.
Oh no!
Another one.
Okay.
I just had one.
They always wait until we just had a drink. That's
Yeah, I just had a drink.
Yeah.
That's
the
like,
way it works.
oh, there's another drink. I think I need another beer. It's already
Nothing
down.
classier than
Not a
drinking
big
wine out of a coffee cup.
we've got.
Well,
But that's
my
merch.
cup says, yeah, it's from. I
Oh.
was sent by Fail Hat, and it says "Trust the Thrust," so it's beautiful.
Yes.
Is that like a one of those Disney dwarves on there?
No, it's actually another streamer. His name's Fail Hat, and that's his logo.
Okay.
He sent it to me with the "Trust the Thrust" because I say, you got to thrust your finger at everybody's heart to follow them.
Nice.
That's really
Nice.
sweet.
Oh, super
Yeah.
nice, super personalized and everything. That's cool.
Yeah, it was really, really sweet.
Wow.
He's awesome.
I see we have
I
Dr.
guess
Contrast
drinking it out
in.
of a Coke can is less classy.
Yeah.
I drink it out of the bottle. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I was raised in Florida.
Oh,
Yeah, I was about to say, when I
You're so-
when I lived in
so lucky
Florida,
you
I
got
knew
out.
that like half the Diet Coke cans people were drinking were wine.
Yeah.
That answers so many things
is
for
true.
us. I see we have Dr. Contrast in the channel. Doctor, great to see you, man. Love your stuff. When do we get to have you on the show again? We want to reach out and make that happen. For those of you who don't know, we had an amazing series of shows with Dr. Contrast on, where we worked together as a community to create a ship by going through a series of decision tree questions where we figured out what sort of ship we wanted to create, how big it was, what its purposes were, 2 different purposes. And then we had Dr. Contrast on the show. And during the show, we did an amazing giveaway. We actually did a live stream for charity. That one was, I believe, for Sid Mead's charity of choice, and it was absolutely fantastic. Dr. Contrast drew live on the show, did all the concepting of the ship, and it was absolutely amazing. So we definitely want to have that happen again, Doc. So we'll reach out and we'll get that going. All right, and other than that, Horton, how was your week?
It's been good. It's been good.
And you were streaming just before this?
Yes.
And she rated us, so all of her viewers are here. They were waiting
Yeah.
patiently while we were
Yeah.
getting set up.
Yes, they're the best.
And I was
I love
delaying
you
us by
guys.
making tacos later than I should have.
And how was your stream? What did you get up to? I saw
It
you.
was
I saw
good.
you
We
playing
went-
some Star Citizen there.
We went to Grimhex and we were gonna test out the guns, and then we got distracted because Grimhex looks all pretty now in the PTU and totally
It
different.
is. It is really
Yes.
awesome.
And then they made me buy armor that matched, and I was a little sad. So
What kind of
It's fun.
armor?
I bought the purple, like, oh god, what do you call it? The purple with the flat, the little cape one in Grimhex. It's pretty colored, but it's not my. I don't like to match.
Ah,
Yeah, Elidoc, it's your
I
fault.
see.
That's like a rebel at
And
heart.
Old Peculiar has redeemed. All hosts need to take a drink.
Ah,
This could
There
be
you
a drinking kind of show.
I'm just saying, a variation of my armor is at Levski, or not, Port Tressler, so you can't make fun of me that bad.
so do you have a particular combination of armor you like wearing right now?
I do. I like, well, because I'm like, in this armor, if you ever shoot me, I know it's on purpose. And then I'm going to come back at you. Because there's no way you're not going to see who it is and immediately know who it is. I wear the Prowler, you know,
The bird mask?
the bird mask, yeah. And then I have a white undersuit with a super pink chest, teal arms, and yellow thunder thigh legs.
I say we all go and get that exact outfit, and the next time Horton is streaming, we wear it all. I'll wear it.
Next time we're starting trouble, I know what to wear now.
And I'm like, if you shoot me, I know it's on purpose. That's all I'm saying. Like, if we're doing something and I get shot, there's no accidentally
dressed up
shooting
like
a bad guy.
Thanks for the sub, Crazy Markers.
Thanks, Crazy Markers. Makers.
Crazy makers.
Makers?
Yeah.
Crazy makers.
Markers,
Oh.
makers,
Markers.
make a marker. Whatever.
Don't get crazy with those
Thanks, man.
markers.
Yeah.
Glad you're enjoying the show. Okay. All right. So if you do have any questions throughout the show, put them into chat. You can preface them with the word questions so that we know that they are a question. And our illustrious mod, T Nightster, can grab that and put it into our show notes so we can answer it at the end of the show. We're also going to do a little interview at the end for the Horton Hustle, find out a little bit more about her, why she got into streaming, what she likes to stream, and what makes her stream really unique, and why you should definitely be watching if you're not already. So, but before we get there,
All hoes need to drink.
Get the try.
oh, again,
Take a drink again. Yes. Oh no. I'm glad I'm just drinking beer.
at least no one's asking me to offend anybody with my yodeling.
You know, I got channel points. Don't tempt. What?
I got channel points too. Like
That's-
100,000.
You
Great
can't have
question.
100,000.
Divine Shadow. Why is Teen Knights here so awesome? Because he is amazing.
The best.
He's
He is
a
amazing.
gentleman, and a scholar.
This show would not even happen if T were not sitting there
we would
holding
not
onto the
function.
switches and knobs. We need him for sure.
We're barely competent around here.
That and he's just an
Barely.
awesome guy. You know, like you combine everything together and it's a fantastic package.
Yep, good team.
And now's a good time for that R rolling, Horton. There we go. For the T. For the T.
There you go. This is awesome.
All right.
I've been doing that for years.
All right, guys. For the next little while, sit back and enjoy all the purring. We're gonna have a great time. We have a little ASMR session towards the end, I think. A little. How you doing? Helping you have those tingles and falling asleep.
Oh, thanks for the sub, Ben Kenobi.
Oh, sorry. Just doing ASMR things.
So need some tapping. Tapping. All right. So what's the current state of Star Citizen? Because there is something we do around here. It's called the Yacht Club Show. Obviously, we get together to hang out, to chat, to have a great time. This is the weekly Bar Citizen because you can't go to any Bar Citizen. So this is it. It's virtual. We're hanging out. We're having a great time, interacting with everybody in chat, and just trying to relax and take a load off midweek. Kind of enjoy Hump Day. But while we do that, we go through what's happening in Star Citizen, what the trials and tribulations are, and talk about it and get some sense of what's happening. So today is the 29th of July, 2950. It is Alpha 3.0 9.1, which is live, and in the PTU we have Alpha 3.10, which today went open to all backers. So if you weren't aware, if you have access to the PTU, which you should because you're a backer, dive in.
If you're not a subscriber and you're not concierge, you now have access.
Yeah.
Penguins. Penguins.
Penguins.
But what are they called? They're not just
Subscribe.
Pico the penguin.
Pico. I keep calling them like pangolins, and it's not right.
Some people call him Pingu.
Oh, Pengu. That's
Yeah.
it. Pengu. Don't eat the Pengu. You get the Pengu virus.
Co-pilot, you know.
Oh no, Old Peculiar's having his last drink with us. He's moving back to UK at the weekend.
Oh, congratulations.
Oh, congratulations.
Yes.
I guess it's like, well, you can do like Lord Styles does and Starship Captain Nemo and wake up at 4 a.m.
Yep, and if you find you can't stomach that, or we're just not that interesting to you, you can always watch the VOD on YouTube later.
Yep.
All right. So we had Inside Store Citizen, which happened this week, and that was all about the brands in the verse and the roles they play, which was pretty cool. The event going on right now is the Foundation Festival, where you have a chance to earn an Arrow skin and a Spectrum badge by guiding new players and introducing them to the various gaming aspects of the verse. So if you don't know how to do that, hit us up. We'll help you connect so you can help out new players.
So who in chat has actually had successful guide sessions? Doc, I know you were doing that before they had the recent push, right?
Yeah.
And
I
you
haven't
had
had
quite a
any
few.
I haven't had any since the push though.
Since the
they're
push.
like,
And-
we're gonna do
and-
this. We're gonna do this
Wait.
competition, and then suddenly I get no guide request.
Yeah, and you know, like a bunch of people,
Fair.
like the whole half the jump club is over there, like talking about it all the time, and it's like they all jumped on that because they want they're obsessed with collecting badges, and not a great reason to be a guide, but what the hell, more guides, and like
You're doing it wrong. No, I said pick up the thing. What are you,
buy more
stupid?
ships. Like, do you see the 890 there? Buy that.
Yeah.
But
I'm pretty sure I told you buy more ships when we met too.
And I eventually did. Yes.
Yeah, I think buy more ships has been my rallying cry.
Yes, and I have carried on the torch that you passed me all those years ago, back in the beginning of 2016. I think that probably was.
I think that's where I
Very
come
long
in with a
time
bit of sanity, saying you don't need to buy all these ships. There was lots of ships to go around that you can be part of the
can buy
crew.
ships
Right? That's why you
Yeah.
make
Now
friends with them and then borrow those ships.
Yeah.
Hang
You
out
can
with
buy
Yacht
ships
Club
if you
and
want to.
hang out
You
with
can leave
people
your
that
friends
are-
behind, and if your friends don't buy ships, then there's no chance that they're friends of mine.
Almost.
Well said. Well said.
Or you can get a starter package and you can advance throughout the game slowly and actually have that experience of going from zero to hero, as Paul Shelley
to
puts
hero.
it. It's a great series that he runs. All right.
Yep, actually, Great Headed Gamer, and I think Salty Mike all do very similar sorts of things.
Yeah. Yeah. If I was streaming, that's what I would do.
Not the only one who does it.
Yeah, if I was streaming Star Citizen on a regular basis, I would do that all the time, and then I would purposefully ask CIG to delete my account and reset me back to starting dollars so I could do it again. They probably wouldn't do it, but I would.
Just
You
buy
get to
another game
reset your
pack and
character.
start over.
Yeah,
Right?
I suppose that's easier,
Buy a
isn't
new
it?
account. Buy a new account. Start
I
it
just see
that way.
Asme responding to me saying, yeah, why not just make another account?
It's only $45. Just buy another one, and then just melt it and buy some more ships. Just buy more ships with the credit.
Right. Oh, dear.
Sorry, the Yacht Club and Jump Club are getting to me. Doc was a bad influence all those years ago.
So
That was a good influence.
there's no ship sales going on right now. We're all waiting for the next eagerly anticipated ship reveal to come out so we can buy it.
Which
we've
we
got-
have hints about.
Ooh.
So you might have missed it over the weekend. There was a brief snafu by Turbulent where, because thanks to our very own Crunch and Tracker SC, go sign up for
Nice one, Crunch.
trackersc.com. We get all of the updates to every change on the website, and you should probably turn off those emails or something, because like sometimes it gets a little bit crazy, but you get every single update of everything that every dev says, every change on the website, every change to the store for merch or ships or anything like that, things getting deleted, things getting added. And so everybody briefly saw instantly that there was a page going up for the Tavaran Asperia Talon? I think
I think it was the Spirit.
the Asperia Talon. So we think that the next concept ship, we're not sure if it's coming out with this live release, but soon, that it is a light fighter that we saw concepted at CitizenCon. They were saying at CitizenCon that it was 2 size 4 hardpoints, so probably very similar in role and capabilities as the Cartual, only Tavaran.
I thought we were against leaks. I thought that was like
This isn't really a leak. This was a fuck up by Turbulent.
It was on the official website briefly for a few minutes.
Yeah, it was a,
Okay.
it was a quick
It was up for
whoopsie-daisies.
So it's news. It's news. Yeah.
Yeah, it was horrible, and they showed it at CitizenCon as a concept. So this is all open information that we're extrapolating from. It's not sheer speculation.
Perfect. And we have Xylo laughing away in chat. So good to see you, Xylo.
Like no speculation, just extrapolation.
Yeah.
Just what we saw
And you know
with
what?
our
Just
own peepers.
because, I mean, CIG is known for, leading, putting things in there that aren't true and kind of leading us astray a little bit. So you never know. This could be a total red herring and it doesn't exist.
Right.
Or
They just
they could
do it to
delay
laugh
it for a
at
while.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it may not be coming out this patch. So it's like we don't know when. Like with most things with Star Citizen, never attach any win expectations to it, but it's coming. And there will be a rock concept sale with live. We know that's coming.
Yeah, and if you don't know, there's multiple types of Easter eggs, right? There's the Easter egg that they put in that later on ends up being in a movie, and you find a magic key with that Easter egg. And then there's Easter eggs that devs put in just to troll the viewers that are following the project. And CIG has mastered that art. All right. So we have a couple of contests going on right now. So there's only one official contest from CIG, and that is the crew contest video that is open until August 2nd. So you have until midnight on August 2nd to get in a video that is on your crew that you hang out with, that you play Star Citizen with, for a chance to win. What is the winning on that one? Let's find out. That is first place is an Argo Mole, which is LTI. They're always LTI for these giveaways. Second place is an Aegis Retaliator Bomber. Third place is a Misk Freelancer, which is a great ship as well. And then also Haskaha has one as well. Let's put that up. So that's the crew contest. But now Haskaha has one. Sorry about the bright, shining lights in your face. So he has a screenshot contest that he's put up over the month of August. Who knows most about this one? Jordan, have you been reading up on it?
I just got it right before the show, so I haven't actually looked at it. So read away.
Okay, the creativity of Star Citizen community never ceases to amaze me, and close to my heart for obvious reasons are the in-game screenshotters. I've been wanting to host a screenshot contest of my own for a while now, with the intention of encouraging screenshotters and giving back to the community that has been so supportive of me over the years. And that's fantastic. Haskaha obviously he's a well-known Star Citizen content contributor. He's been spotlighted many times. He's even being spotlighted, and we'll show you that in this week's newsletter that we just had on Friday. And absolutely fantastic that he's giving back to the community. He's a wonderful guy if you've ever had a chance to chat with him. So this is really great to see him doing this and really kind of showing his love and contribution for the community.
Our most famous community photographer.
Yep.
Followed shortly, closely behind by Mystic Star, who's very, very good. Yeah, and then we've got there's quite a few more, but some fantastic people. But Haskaha is definitely the flagship, most well known for his craft. So first place is an Origin 100i with LTI. Second place is a $25 Star Citizen gift card. And third place is one Grey Cat PTV buggy. And all for just going out and having fun doing what you love doing, taking a picture and submitting it. So we'll link that in chat. You guys can go ahead and submit your screenshots. So for a chance to win those things and also to participate in a great community experience.
Yes. We love seeing those screenshots. Like, check out the screenshots channel in the Yacht Club Discord. Always,
Yes.
every single day. I can barely keep up with all the amazing screenshots.
Yeah, there's so many good ones. And at the end of the show, what we'll do before we do the interview with Horton, we'll actually show off a few of those screenshots and highlight what some of the community in the Discord have been posting up. And they're really fantastic. There's so many of them. It's hard to choose which ones to put up, but we try and highlight a few of them for you.
Super talented community in the most expensive screenshot generator ever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right. So why don't we dive into the real sort of meaty content that we got from CIG this week. So on Thursday, the 23rd of July, we got Inside Star Citizen, which is talking about branding and its role in the universe. So we have our first video here. It's really just kind of going over some of the brands. We'll just have some B-roll running in the background while we talk about it.
Yeah, so this is showing lots of different brands.
I'm excited for the new mobiGlass.
I wish it changed the UI color, Silo.
You know what though? Like
that request.
They're going to. I mean that's coming with the redo of the UI. I mean that's not
okay.
That's not Xylo's job. Yeah.
He just knows people.
Yeah.
I just like to tell him things. I like to tell Xylo stuff.
You need to do this tomorrow. Just go in there and just do this.
I'm not saying he has to do anything about it. I just like to tell him about this sort of thing. Like, what I wish would happen is this, and you just use that information however you want.
But hold on. Don't you guys think that color could be used to express so many different things in the applications themselves that are run on the mobiGlass? Isn't it a waste to just say, well, I have an amber mobiGlass. I'd like to have an amber monochrome screen. Thank you very much. Oh, no, I want a green monochrome screen. Oh, okay.
And so they've said exactly that they're going to do that, just like you can do with your global chat and your party chat. You can change the color of your text. Once they get to redoing the mobiGlass completely in building blocks, which is I think one of the next steps that they're getting to, that they chose to prioritize the ship HUDs in rebuilding those with the building blocks UI. And I got to say, in 3.10, the ship HUDs look freaking amazing. And they look so good. They look so crisp, and just everything's just been tweaked to look better. Yeah, exactly that.
Xylo says I'm in charge now.
He's the captain now. He's the doctor.
Look at me.
Let's see, Arno. Yeah, so the new UI is looking really great, and so I tested it at Microtech. So that they've got the adjustable brightness, so that when you're looking at the horizon and in space, it lowers the brightness, and over Microtech it brightens it up. So on that really bright background, you can see it better. It's great, and they just said in one of the shows or in one of the dev posts that they are still working on the drop shadows as an option. So this is not the final iteration of the UI. Remember that it's a continual process of iterating and improving.
And it's so easier now to iterate on the UI than it was before.
Yes.
Because the new system is better.
Makes it better.
Yeah, and they've obviously got a reason why they're not doing a drop shadow. They've got some amazing designers. They've got some amazing designers, and if they can do it without doing the drop shadow, that's clearly a better decision. But if they need to, it's nice that they have that additional, arrow in the quiver that they could use.
Yep, and it's an iterative process as they continually tell the community, and the community doesn't pay any attention.
Yeah.
Well, there's some paying attention. Look at all those brands, hey?
Oh, brands. That's right. We're talking about brands.
Well,
so, aren't they, what they say, like 250 plus brands?
That spearfish one, yeah. I'm the most excited about that first spearfish one. It looks like, it's awesome. It looks like a spear and a fish in the logo.
Right. It's sexy.
Yeah. So well done.
as they were saying in the show, that and it gives the universe so much depth. And I've always said that knowing that there's a story behind every single thing in the universe, every one of these brands has a story, and some of them have like a whole lore piece on the person who founded the brand, and like where they were born and where they went to school and what their life story was, and how their company business failed, and they went off and traveled the universe, and they went back and they started this company, and they were a scrappy little company, and they built it up into this massive empire. And it's like I love I don't read nearly enough lore, but I love that it's there behind all of these things that we love. And like they were talking about Argo, how that it's heavier and thicker armor, or not armor, but just it's an industrial class manufacturer. And this disc-shaped ship,
I know.
everybody wants it now.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
it's like,
Yes.
yes.
I at least want to know what it's about, because all we know is that it had a purpose, right? And some of the
was
and some of
Probably
that
a repair
purpose
ship.
is now embodied in the SRV. At least that's kind of what I got for the takeaway from when they were talking about it.
SRV looks so good. I didn't buy one. I don't need one, but it looks so good, and the mole looks amazing. It makes me want the SRV more.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Let me errata that. It has some of the combined benefits of the mole and the SRV.
Yeah, so I think they were saying that it was a design study, like we've seen with Jeremiah Lee, and we talked about before. When they're concepting things, they go through a lot of different concepts, and as we've seen in the Jump Point, where they show that as they do the concept workups on the ship concepts, and they go through dozens of different potential designs and scrap them, and it's interesting seeing the process. And it's like, and we look at those like, wait, I like that one, I want them to turn that into a ship. I like what we got, but I like that one too.
Maybe they think it looked too much like an Elite Dangerous ship.
No, those are Doritos.
Well, yeah, but it's still like a flat, kind of thing.
Very two-dimensional. But
I just like the fact that it was a disc. I like
Is
this.
Right?
not-
It
Yeah.
just sounds like it's fun.
it was just very different from everything we have.
It also looked like it was only a disc when it was landed, because everything else expanded out and it formed some kind of weird.
Yeah, it was like a
shape.
transformer.
Yeah.
I
I
know if they
love that.
put some like nice little sword pieces on the end, you could just like go right at a ship and cut it in half. That'd be fun.
That's a whole different concept.
Just saying.
Stop, Blade.
Like, I'm not great at dogfighting, but I can ram you pretty good. So.
I fought a few people like that Saturday. Friggin' getting rammed.
On brand. So they were also talking about the brands with the balance triangle, with how they use that to kind of guide the performance of like FPS weapons, where range, power, and speed fire rate are tend to be more in one direction than another for some of the ships. Like Castak Arms is more about power.
Thanks for the bit, Scarlet.
Thanks, Scarlett. And then with the Nine Tails, where like some of these groups will have identifiable branding like gangs, and if you're in a certain area and you're going like down a back alley in ArcCorp, and there, you see Nine Tail signs, like it's like, oh, you don't want to go down that alley unless you're seeking out something to do with the Nine Tails, some kind of mission or something like that. So just all this stuff adds so much. As the universe builds out, there's just going to be so much depth and character and life to everything. Horton, what's your favorite thing about branding?
I like the aspect of it. Like, I think it's really cool, as you said. Like, you can be going down an alley and you'll be like, "Oh no, I took the wrong turn." Because we've all been there in real life, where you're walking down, and you're like, "Oh no, this is a bad idea." I think to go with that would be kind of cool. Is if like there were special like hand-shaped emotes that you had to learn if you were a part of that group, so you could like put those in your pocket.
Like
so you're
Thieves
walking
Guild
down.
signs.
Yeah, so like if you're
That's kinda
constantly
cool.
doing the
Hmm.
same job in that
like that.
area, and you get known by the gang or whatever, and you're like cool.
those,
You can be
those
like,
gang,
I'm
gang signs
safe.
or whatever. Like,
Yeah, you do like the
No,
gang sign, and they're like, oh, okay, this
Gang-
person's cool.
Gang signs are against TOS. So
That's totally something I could see getting into the
It's
game
true.
though. Like
Right,
not
exactly.
necessarily,
thanks
I
for the
think
tier
that
one
would make
sub,
it
man.
more real because it's like, oh, that person's cool, or like you have to wear this certain thing the right way to go down that alley, or you know.
Great member of our community, Rhodes. Thanks for the tier one sub. 3 months running. Great part of the Yacht Club. They were working on the American Sign Language
Emotes.
emotes. I don't know how that's gonna
Oh,
work.
that's gonna be awesome.
They're still in
But
there.
this,
Yeah.
but and that's an interesting. That's a whole interesting theory. So they should definitely take that back and do that. Xylo, make a
Yeah.
note.
yeah, I wonder if they would end up
I'm in
doing.
charge now. You tell me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
That's right.
Doc, make a note.
Where are your, where's your pen? No,
Good,
yeah,
good-
no, and
good
other than
delegation, Xylo.
as you said, I love the story behind each individual, logo and things like that. Like it all comes from somewhere, and that makes it so much more real. Like you look at Google and you can read about the history, so it's like
there's
it's
a poll
so
running.
much more.
Location
Makes
for
it so much more
Narcissus
like home.
tattoo.
Yes.
Shoulder for me.
No, it's full chest Drake's life tattoo. Oh, that's the only option.
I don't like Drake.
Full
That's the only
side.
option.
Full side. That way you can lift up and be like, yeah, that's right. Just
Those side tattoos are pretty cool. It's like butt cheek is kind of
butt cheek I like, yeah.
That's a whole different thing. And so Handel says in Star Citizen it's called reputation. It is a digital signal like your ship's transponder, and that's a great point because we don't have really any iteration yet on the reputation system. I mean, it kind of sort of applies to progressing in some of the mission trees. You get to go to different locations once you do certain missions and
Yeah,
deliveries.
we're
and
making
things
some
like that.
basic assumptions that you kind of progress from one mission giver to another, or and
But it's going to be a lot more elaborate down the road.
yeah, and reputation can't be just for missions. It's going to be for whether or not players will trust you as well. Do you have if you're an eBay seller or a store on Amazon, you have a rating. If you're a restaurant on Yelp, you have a rating. There's so many real world examples that they can take and apply to help players understand who they want to work with as well.
So apparently Techno wants me to monologue there. So yeah,
That looks like about butt cheek.
Yes,
Um,
I'm
Yeah.
all for butt cheek. But
Yeah,
yeah,
you only have 2 butt cheeks.
I wonder like how reputation and branding. Well, that's an interesting tie-in there. Where when the 600i came out, and Ben was talking about on the old Ben Stay show, which got canceled unfortunately, that owning a luxury ship could potentially get you into areas that you couldn't otherwise go. So like if you own an Origin ship and you're doing a special VIP mission, you might get mission trees to go to special locations on Terra to get other, sequences in that mission, and be able to find places and go places in the verse that nobody else will. So, that's a really interesting tie-in from branding to reputation that has been talked about before. That's still years down the road, but it's just really exciting about the depth and complexity about the living universe that we're going to have someday. So yeah,
Yes.
this was a really great show.
Rear Admiral Joran.
Did your breadometer go off, Jordan?
Yeah.
I'm checking it as we speak.
Excellent. I can't wait for the reveal.
I know.
I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes. A little more brown. I like it a little darker.
You want your bread to sound. You gotta hear it. Sounds good. It's good.
Oh, I'll get it next to the microphone. You can hear it crackling when it comes out, and we're like, ooh,
That and a cork sound is the sexiest noises in the world.
oh, crackling bread, yes, and corks. Yes.
And then just talking a little bit about this whole balance triangle that
Silo baked bread today too. Good bread.
oh, nice.
I saw your. Did you get my message about the bread? You should come join the Star Citizen Bread Nerds Discord, because we've got people from like people that have been baking bread for years to like brand new bread bakers. That it's like I wanted to try some bread. It's like come over here and we'll talk. We'll talk you through some really easy, simple ways to get started with making amazing bread.
There really is a
Oh,
Discord for everything.
Yeah, somebody was saying that like that is the most niche Discord channel ever. Star Citizen
Yeah.
Bread
I'm like, I
Nerds.
need to join that Discord.
Yeah, Jordan, you need to open up a merch store, and it'll just be like those muffin trays and
Especially flours and yeasts, which like a few months ago you couldn't get. It was so hard. Like Xylo, there's nothing wrong with good recipes out of a bread machine. And I don't know if I didn't see Dalamar is in chat, but he is ordering some really great special bread machine bread mixes. So there's some really good stuff that you can do with that. But yeah, if you want to take the next step into actual baking, I love to cook, and I have for many years, and I was afraid to bake. And the whole being sequestered for 3 months got me into baking, and like it's amazing.
awesome. Let's talk more about spaceships. Yeah.
Oh, spaceships!
Well, you can make bread in a shape of spaceship.
I have a professional kitchen in the 90s.
That's
Speaking of,
that's the next.
they're making the Star Citizen cookbook, right? With all the.
That's right. I got a picture of that somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Let's grab that.
Have you made any beer breads yet, Jordan?
Beer breads?
Yeah.
I have not.
Oh my God! I keep telling you to do it. You just need to do it. It's fun.
I'll get around to it. I'm literally actually just working with this one recipe and just kind of tweaking it and adjusting it and just trying to get.
You're gonna make like soda bread, and you're gonna make like sweet bread.
I told you I made that Burgundian honey spice bread with pumpkin spices in it. A couple weeks ago, like it was the most incredible sweet bread you can imagine. It was so good. It was huge. I made it in a 9x13 glass dish, and it like filled up the whole thing.
I love challah.
Challah is the best.
I gave it to some coworkers, and they all just loved it. They said it was like
We make French toast out of our challah.
Challah. You gotta say it.
Challah.
Like
Challah.
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 So
I could challah.
reminds me
I
of
got
that.
yelled at by my mother the other day because I did.
People have been telling me to
like,
make challah. I think
You
Mystic
need
was
to.
making it.
Yeah, Mystic made some.
Yeah, well, because she's doing these braided breads, and she was talking about that the other day. So apparently, with real challah, it's a specific number of pleats in the plated bread because it has something to do with the religion. Do you know about that, Horton? Sorry.
I know. I suck at it. My mother yells at me and doesn't let me actually braid it because I suck at it so bad. But yeah, I do know that it has like a specific way of doing it. I'm just not good at it.
Yeah, there's a certain number of braids because of the certain.
I'm pretty sure it's 7, but yeah, I've made challah a few times. Like I said, we make French toast out of it.
Felton has banned bread for 24 hours.
Some of these recipes are absolutely amazing. So these recipes that are flashing across your screen here are from the previous contest that happened this year, not long ago, where people were submitting their favorite recipes. Yeah, Dresses. Look at that egg.
Yeah. Oh, yummy.
Chocolate meringue.
Did you see the scary cake? Oh yeah, that was probably one of my favorites.
That's so good. The human flavored blood cake.
It sounds so good. Oh.
And just the detail in the how to create it. Preheat the oven to 325 degrees. Oil the pans. It's all the way going through it. Here's the assembly. Wow.
So you guys have no excuse. You gotta try.
So good.
Pyro Crab Ragoons. This is my
That-
regular Crab Ragoons.
Yeah.
What's it on? Oh, you skipped it too fast. Oh, kimchi buns.
Want me to go back? There we go.
No, it's fine. You can keep going.
You can take a screenshot.
No, I can't.
Pause it and post.
Yeah, I'll just pause it in post.
You could clip it.
Vandul steamed quaitapes? Ketapes? How do you say that?
Cutie pies.
No.
Yeah, cutie pies.
Oh, I guess it is, eh?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Terran Sugar. Okay, enough of that. Let's move on.
Now you're getting hungry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, looks good. Look at those.
Those
chips.
are beautiful. Oh.
I want
I
Star
have
Citizen
mentioned
ship
French
cookies.
toast. We're having French toast tomorrow. I'm excited. Sorry.
Oh, I missed it.
I need
missed
to
the
go
last
make
part.
some challah.
Damn it.
I'm hungry.
What about those those FPS weapons? What do you guys think about that?
I like the grenade launcher. Can't
Weapons,
wait
they're
for
fun.
the grenade launcher. I want to see what happens when you shoot it through the threshold of a ship that's upside down. Does it keep traveling this way, or does it go to the floor?
Mhm.
The grenade
But
or the
it
launcher?
probably causes a 30K. The
Fresh out of
grenade
the
from the
oven.
launcher.
Oh, that's.
Oh, look at that,
Ooh.
Jordan. That's lovely. You even put the powdered sugar on top.
That's flour.
That's flour, you
Sure.
dork.
Yeah.
It's actually
Wrong
rice.
kind of bread.
I just wanted to be able to say powdered sugar.
We were talking about powdered sugar earlier.
Yes, we
Jim
were.
just wants someone to powder him with sugar.
Powdered sugar. If you guys haven't seen Bad Lip Reading, Medieval Happy Fun Times, you should definitely watch that.
I have not seen
Yeah,
that.
and you'll know where powdered sugar comes from.
I just figured that's what your wife called you.
I will get you eventually. Eventually. All right. Let's move on to the next point of interest so that I don't feel that I got burned really badly, and we'll just slough it off.
Inventory system?
Yeah, sounds good. No, it's the building blocks. Yeah.
Yes.
So before we get too excited on what we're seeing here, Jared did say that this is random data, so we can't data
Yeah,
mine it
random
for anything
words.
important
Data
and
mine.
exciting.
Which means data mine the hell out of it.
Let's go full speculation.
Yep.
Yo, everybody, I want to see 30-page report on this by tomorrow on my desk.
You gotta put those thinking caps on.
But what they're doing here is really great. You know, they're taking some basic tools that have been developed in recent years. I mean, over the last, like, let's say 10 years, within just, you know, for websites, you know, because that's where a lot of really great UI for websites and tablets, there's been all that innovation in that space. They're taking that and they're porting that over into their system and using, you know, those years of UX and UI learning and incorporating that into the game, which is fantastic. You know, I don't know any games because, well, I don't follow games as much as everybody else does, but there are, you know, there's not a lot of games that go into the detail to make sure that they've got the exact UI that's going to give the best experience in their game.
Well,
You know,
And that there are so many different UIs in Star Citizen. We have to interact with so many things, and I don't think there's any other game out there that has nearly the level of interaction that we have with just everything in the universe. I mean, from the ships, which are incredibly complex, and every different ship has a whole different interface and UI, and there's over 80 flyable ships. So when people bitch about some ship not getting fixed or it's broken or whatever, it's like, look, there's over 80 ships that they have to update every single time that they're doing any changes. And then there's the mobiGlass, and then there's the elevators, and then there's the ship terminals, and then there's the vendor kiosks in every different store. So Shubin Interstellar and Cubby Blast and Kasaba, every store that you go in, they all have all their specific
Platinum
inventory.
Bay.
Yeah, Platinum Bay. Their specific branding. Yeah, and then there's also the different styles. So there's like the low tech. So when you go to the kiosks over there to like sell your cargo over at Grimhex, and that's like that old 8-bit Commodore 64 interface, which I always just think is so funny, versus the really nice, fancy, flashy ones over at Microtech. And that there's
Yeah.
just
It's
that much
Microtech.
complexity
They have-
in this
They
system.
have curved screens at the Microtech ones.
Ooh,
Curved screens, Basil.
curved screens.
It's Microtech. It's just
Yes.
everyone's happier there.
Everybody's happier there. Yeah,
And Penguin.
and LT Porter, he's our Orlando Bar Citizen organizer in our Florida Discord, and a good friend of mine. He is a senior UI UX developer on multi-million-dollar corporate projects, and so I talk with him a lot about the UI progress. So one of my outside expert consultants to help educate me on this, and every time there's a new UI comes out, and he's kind of giving his opinions on it. And it was funny on the radial menu before it came out, and we were just seeing the sneak peeks in the inside Star Citizen before. A lot of people, I think, were a little leery about it because like, oh, that's console, that's lazy, it's old tech. And then when it came out, he said, it's like, this is really good. Like, yes, way to go, CIG, way to go.
It's for controller usability, and that makes me sad.
It
a
works
PC
great.
game.
It works great on keyboard and mouse. I love it. It's like I love it.
I
And
hardly ever use it. Actually, I don't use it.
I use it a lot. Well, especially for like the helmet thing, but for
I
inventory.
have a hotkey for that. A hotkey for that. Like, it's a computer. I have 108, 110 keys. I can.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm too lazy to have a billion hotkeys.
Right. I do it the long way every time.
Do you go to your Moby-Glass?
I do every time the long way. I've been getting better with the mouse and because I'm still doing mouse and keyboard. I'm hoping to upgrade soon, but
Oh, for when
I
you're
Nothing
doing
wrong with that.
mouse and
I'm still
keyboard
doing
is the
mouse
way
and keyboard.
FPS should, and FPS is mouse and keyboard, and that
Oh, yeah.
that is meta. So it works great for that.
I do everything mouse and keyboard. I don't care.
You fly
I
mouse
like
and
it.
Yep.
you rebel.
Yeah.
I will say, doing the new dog fighting has me real itching to get on a stick.
Yeah, you got those dual sticks all ready to go, don't you, Horton? You were talking about that earlier.
I have them in the Amazon cart for
Oh.
soon, hopefully. I got a
Zylo's
6-year-old's birthday first, but
Zylo's doing mouse and keyboard. So
well, his
Zylo,
like 100-year-old
do you
keyboard
fly a
too.
lot with mouse and keyboard, or do you
Yeah.
not actually fly a lot?
I've
'Cause, like-
I've never used a joystick.
Never.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean,
you-
in Star Citizen.
and you
Okay.
dogfight a lot.
Yeah.
And there's some really great pilots that use mouse and keyboard. I mean, there's some serious racers that do the like old Vandervool, and they're amazing pilots with mouse and keyboard. And like one of our security orgs for our shenanigans a few months ago. And he was doing, one of the guys, he was doing some really crazy maneuvers to try to help us get out of some mess that we had gotten ourselves into. And it's like, oh man, he's amazing. He's got to be flying dual sticks. It's like, no, mouse and keyboard. It's like, wow, you're good.
Yeah, I don't think
Right.
it's about how good you can get, and console players will say, "Oh no, you need a controller to get good." But I think it's a personal preference. But I got to tell
Yeah,
you,
it really
like the feeling, if you haven't tried flying dual sticks, the feeling of it once you wire your brain, it takes like 10 minutes. It's amazing. It's absolutely
Yeah.
amazing.
Well,
You have to
yeah.
try it. It's
Scarlett just got dual sticks, and she was saying that it's like, wow, I didn't realize that it was going to change the feel so much. Yeah, Zylo started off in QA with CIG, and that's a great way to test, because that's how like. Are there any stats, Zylo, on what percentage of the community use mouse and keyboard?
yeah, we were
versus
discussing that last.
and stuff. It's like I would think that probably 90% of the players use mouse and keyboard. for everything.
99 probably.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like super crazy active people, and all the big large fleet people. Everybody's invested so much money in sticks, and the whole rage is the Verpals and the VKBs and all that. It's like you spend $1,000 on dual sticks and mounts and stuff like that. It's like, all right, it's like nice.
And you know, we see when
Interesting.
you wonder why, you know, like Star Citizen has, or CIG was going to work with, I think it was SciTech at the time. I can't remember exactly. They were working to create a
Mad Cats.
right,
The
Mad Cats.
HOTAS.
So they're making a
Mad Cats.
HOTAS setup, which I think is awesome. They should still do that. And then they're also working for the FOIP. They were working with whoever those
Technically, the
guys.
deal was with SciTech, but SciTech was owned by Mad Cats at the time.
Okay.
So it was a terrible idea.
Then hasn't
We're glad it fell
Logitech
through.
bought out
Oh,
SciTech?
so he has an X56.
Yeah, Logitech bought
Now,
SciTech when Mad Cats went under.
Like,
Right.
I
Well, part of
actually
them went
thought
under.
about buying an X56 because I like the joystick, and it's like I'm surprised that you're not just using like a joystick. Like some people use a joystick and
Yeah.
mouse, joystick and keyboard, even with just like a single.
For
I guess
a little while in like 0.98 and 99, I was using throttle and mouse. So I would, because of the way that the ships worked, setting the throttle, you would have to like hold W for a certain amount of time to get it where you wanted, and then you have to hold S to set it where you wanted. So it was just easier to actually have a real throttle to control my throttling, and that worked really well in dogfighting.
But you can't. So for those that don't know, HOTAS means hands on throttle and stick. And unless you have dual sticks, it can't be hot ass like it should be. Right?
Wow.
you
well, dual
need to have dual sticks and the throttle.
is
HOTAS.
there's HOTAS, which is hands-on throttle and stick, and then there's HOSAS, which is hands-on stick and stick, which I never use that. I think it's stupid. I call it dual sticks, as most people do.
Yeah.
And
I
Skipper
was
Steve,
doing HOTAM.
Skipper Steve uses a game controller.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zylo, doesn't CR use a game controller? Everybody always jokes that Chris
Remember-
uses it. And we haven't seen him play for like 10 years.
What, is it Gary that always does the flying at the live streams?
What's that guy's name? Yeah, the guy who does all the.
I think it's
the
Gary.
demos.
Yeah, the demos.
No, it's not
That's because
Gary.
of the.
It's not Gary?
It's
No, what's
No,
his name? It's something else. He's got a more interesting name than that.
Jerry?
But somebody in chat will know who he is.
Greg?
He does this.
Yeah, who remembers his name? Because I'm feeling really bad now.
Yeah, it's like, make the jump,
Glenn.
Glenn.
There.
I knew it began with a G.
Yes.
Glenn, you went. You
Sorry,
went for,
Glenn.
smartest nerd in the chat today, or at least the best memory, or fastest.
Nice one.
The thing that I have for like using dual sticks that I'm kind of excited for is because I think like I like using my mouse and keyboard. I think it works great. I just think the immersion aspect of using dual sticks would be fun.
It feels so good. I mean, it
Oh,
just,
it's so
Right.
good. Yeah.
Yes, I just, it
so
feels right.
intuitive.
It's akin
It's like you're
to
one with your spaceship. It's like you're one with your
Yeah.
spaceship.
it's akin
so
to
good.
all the logos, like the branding. You know, it's just it's another immersion tool you can have. And flying with dual sticks,
Exactly.
and also a throttle. Like honestly, a throttle too. Like for me, space trucking, you know, you can't jump to light speed, or rather quantum, without moving a lever forward or backwards. You know, whichever is the correct way.
Well, and a lot of
For
people
you.
say that that they mostly fly large ships, and that they like having the HOTAS with the throttle. And I can see that because big ships are not real maneuverable, and you kind of have that feel of that the whole throttle, and
Right, that weight behind you, just
Yeah,
exactly.
kind of like, kind of like 747 pilots, like you push all those throttles forward, or the Millennium Falcon, you shove those throttles forward. So, yeah, it's what you like, it's what you enjoy, and what kind of flying or gameplay that you do, and yeah, totally.
So who's excited for the inventory system?
Oh, this is very cool.
This is gonna be cool.
So this is backpacks and potentially ship inventory management as well. Doc, what was your takeaway from that?
They've shown us this so many times. It's like sorting. It's cool.
Tetris in space.
Yeah, it's like an automatic Tetris game. Like I don't know. it's interesting to see what comes of it. I have trouble visualizing how this is going to work with items. I guess each item is a box,
Yeah,
and there are going to be these certain things. Because I was thinking like rifles are longer than that, but I don't know if you're going to be able to put a rifle in your backpack.
there's so many things to consider. Like, you know, are you stopping off at multiple stops along the way, and do you have to put the stuff that you're dropping off first in last so that you can get it out? Like, I don't even think they're going to that level of detail, but if you're talking about, you know, where the rifle's long enough or whatever, you're kind of getting to the minutia, and we don't know which minutia is going to be the ones that they actually care about.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just items. I mean, I could see like the 1 slot items and the 2 slot items being like pistols. But
look at some of those. Like, I'll pause it at a like, okay, so if you look right here, this is on the left hand side. That could clearly be lined up better, right?
Yeah.
Like all those reds could be in one row.
Maybe.
You know.
That would be part of my problem too. I'd want everything to match.
Yeah.
But you don't like your suits matching.
I assume that they're using algorithms to find the most efficient method of storing everything, and so obviously the algorithms are smarter than we are for that sort of thing.
But yeah, the question is, you know, what's going on there is it purely represented by spatial configuration too? Like maybe there's reasons why all the yellows can't be touching. Maybe they give off a certain amount of heat or radiation, and if they're too close, you know, you're crossing the streams and the ship will blow up.
That makes sense with mining, especially when you're doing quantanium and stuff like that, and it's already volatile. So that's
so a lot of interesting stuff to consider.
Mystic is saying that look at the bags and vaults in Diablo 3. Items take up 1 or 2 boxes. You have to arrange them to get the most out of the bag. I was unaware of that.
And if you've ever played DayZ or Scum, you know, you have like your backpack. Then you've got like tactical pants that'll have certain stuff, like certain amount of
I think the more
space.
popular game now is Tarkov.
Oh yeah, so Tarkov probably has the same. So you know, like if you have like a shovel, you know, that shovel is long and skinny. It doesn't fit in something that has the same number of slots, but it isn't in a long straight line, you know. So like Go ahead.
And I think Z made a good point too, where the weight distribution kind of matters, because if you're flying in 3.10 and you lose a wing, it hurts a lot in atmosphere. So I think that's a great point, is if you're putting everything heavy to one side, like that's basically flying without a wing. Yeah. So it makes flying difficult. That's
I have a feeling that it's going to be a while, if at all, that cargo mass is going to affect flying, because cargo mass itself is a can of worms. You take a caterpillar full of gold isn't going to be able to take off with how weak its thrusters are. Like there's no way in the world it would be able to lift off.
Yep. So, and the Kraken. I keep telling all the Kraken owners that they're also like, oh, I've got the biggest cargo ship now, and they showed it landing, so that's not a problem. It's like, no, just no.
But it should be able to take off with full power. Like that's the thing. If they're going to simulate massive cargo, then they have to make the thrusters stronger, and they've just been nerfing the thrusters for the last 4 patches. So,
well, and like we always say, it's like this is the first iteration of the new flight model, and as they were very clear, and Jared was clear, and all the devs were saying, it's like this is the next iteration of the new flight model, and it's going to change. It's going to change a lot, and over time, it's going to change a lot as they implement new systems. They'll balance it. You know, like when the 600 came out in the PTU, it was completely and totally unflyable. I mean, it was just absolute and total crap. And it's like, all right, well, it's broken right now. They'll work on it in a few patches, give them the feedback, and they'll fix it. But all these people were saying, it's like, no, they made it to be crap, and that, you know, they're just screwing us over. And it's like, you know, it's like, how many times have you been through this? It's like where something will be broken and they'll fix it, and it's wave freaking one. Like, get over it. They drive me absolutely batshit crazy.
No, I agree, because you have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a starting spot, and they do things for different reasons. Like, we don't know the reasons behind maybe doing one thing first, but in the end, it's all going to the greater goal.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and like I said before, there's
100%.
over 80 flyable ships, and they're going to spend the most time on the ships that the most people own. So, like, they're going to work on the Mustangs, the Auroras, the Gladiuses, some of those single seat fighters. They're going to spend more time on those, and they only have so many people on their team to spend so much time on 80 plus ships. And I have a lot of people say it's like, well, oh, it's just stats in a spreadsheet. It's like, no, it's not. You have to set it and you have to fly it, because they're literally trying to simulate reaction and thruster delay with the acceleration delays, and you literally have to get in it and try it. And there's only so much time that they can do, and maybe they just.
well, and the other thing too is, because of the virus, it's totally a different working experience when you're sitting alone at your desk, rather than having someone even just walk by you and say, "Oh, I like that," and start a conversation, because that to me is when motivation really hits.
Yeah.
And so when you're working home alone and like having to email back and forth, it takes away some of that. So, and there's so much life going on right now. So being a little slower makes sense, or not being able to do it quite as quick as everybody wants it makes sense.
Yeah, and yeah, you can message people on Teams or Skype or whatever, and you can call them, you can share screen and stuff like that. But yeah, especially if you've got a team and they're all working together in a cluster group in an open office. I mean, we've all seen how CIG's offices are. They're open office, and so
They're
they have
beautiful.
their teams, and they're typically working. And they've got a cluster of like 6 or 8 workstations, and they can just like talk while they're working on stuff. It's like
Exactly.
and that daily conversation of people that like we do it in my office. So we've got a cluster of cubicles, and we're talking to each other over the cubicle, and yeah,
Right. Or
and,
someone may say something ridiculous and the other person feeds off of it, and it makes something beautiful and
that's the
amazing.
thing too. Like we'll hear somebody talking to somebody on the phone, and then somebody also or somebody's talking to somebody else, and somebody will overhear. It's like, no, wait, this, or don't forget about this, and yeah, and there are certain extra synergies that happen when you're working together. Although I hate open offices, and I hate open offices.
I like it to a point. Like, if I'm working in a team setting where we're all working on something and you're like, but if I'm working like alone on something specific, I want it to look nice before I show it to anybody. And if anyone walks by and makes a face, I'm like, oh no, it's ruined. Like,
so many trade-offs between, and I would assume that like the game development, like when you see all the devs and they're working there in the open office, and everybody's quiet and everybody's focused, but then sometimes I'm sure they'll start talking, and then those conversations happen. Generally, in a lot of offices where there's a lot more conversations happening, it's too distracting. But I think it probably is very conducive to those team synergies. And yeah,
especially
like
when you're a creative, like.
says, I just put everybody in the same Discord. So like we do in the Yacht Club. Just put 1,000 people in a Discord and just let them have at it. Lots of creativity going on.
That would be a shit show.
Right, exactly.
It's
but
like
you
the
can't
Yacht Club,
physically
right?
see what they're
Can't
looking
follow
at
it.
either as well.
So,
yeah, like I lose track.
what do you guys think of the cloud tech?
Oh, it looks so good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait till we get this in the verse.
Oh yeah.
And so is everybody else waiting until we get this in the verse. And that is like the big topic of the week. Everyone having issue with the fact that that Horizon is being delayed for some time.
That was the topic from days ago. You're behind, Tim.
Yeah, well, the days ago has
There's-
included this
there's-
week,
there's-
hasn't it?
There's a whole new riot, but yeah, I think that was a large stimulus to the other riot that happened. Yeah, and there's likely quite a few things, and we'll find out on Friday. I'm really looking forward to Friday's show.
Yeah.
And it's like, so they said in the roadmap roundup that and we'll get to that later in the show, but that so Orison's going to have to get pushed back. And there's probably a lot of things that have to do with that, and some of that could be cloud tech and how that's going to work with this cloud city. I mean, it's a it's not like another city on a planet. Which so they've done 3 of them now that they've got down. They can knock those out. This is a really unique floating a city with all these platforms that are interconnected that we're gonna be able to fly around, and there's gonna be space whales flying around. We saw in the concept
Yes.
art. Is gonna be so cool, and it's a really unique landing zone. Plus, also we know that they talked about before Microtech came out that the servers are at their capacity, and until they have server meshing, they may not be able to add anything else in. And we thought they were going to take something out, like maybe they were going to take out Levski and Delamar. I keep want to say Nix, but that's a solar system that it's supposed to be in. We kept thinking that, okay, well, maybe they're going to pull that out because it actually doesn't belong here, so that they can trade that off with another planet. And I guess with the server-side object container streaming, they were able to add that in and still maintain fairly good performance. But they were saying that they're at server capacity before Microtech. So very possibly that might be one of the things holding them back. We'll find out hopefully more on Friday, and they'll go into, and there's probably a lot of complicated things that are holding that back. Like, oh yeah, the cloud tech, and I wish they could just put this in soon, just so we can have more this visual interest. Although it's hard enough trying to find the stupid space stations in the asteroids, right? The R&R.
Right. Oh my god, yes.
Oh yeah.
Where is it?
A little
I get
PSA.
so lost. I can't wait for GPS. I want Moby GPS like right now
Yeah.
to tell you like you're 2 feet away, turn right and go.
I want a
Here's a
destination
little PSA we learned. Black Minx and I learned the other day that if you go from Microtech to Hurston in a Saber, you can't make it. You have to take an R&R stop. Don't go to Crusader L3 because there's no station there, and you will be stranded with no fuel.
There are a couple of those like just kidding, screw you places,
like-
and it's like what?
Like, oh man, I can make it if I just go to Crusader L3, and then we spend like 30 minutes looking for the station. Like, I have a bad feeling about this.
Someone's gonna need to come pick us up.
Yeah.
So one of the questions I have is, and I hope I'm not like breaking immersion here, but when you look at, nebulae that, have all these gas clouds, they're generally because of like an exploded star. I think the one we're seeing on screen here is more like maybe an exploded planet, something that's broken apart. But if it's an exploded star, or if it's, cosmic dust that's being manipulated and moved around by, quasars and pulsars and black holes, wouldn't it be something that we don't see in each system? It's more something that is in the space between systems. And so it's more of like the skybox kind of thing that you can't fly to.
You can get nebula in systems. There are plenty of like stellar nurseries, which are nebula with stars growing in them, and that sort of thing. And there's systems around those nurseries. So nebula in a star system isn't unheard of. What you wouldn't see is the nebula itself when you are inside it.
They're
Like,
not this dense.
They're not dense enough for you to notice. You see them from a ways away, but when you get close, they kind of disappear.
But that's not immersive, and that's not the kind of,
I guess.
that's not what we want, right?
I think it'd be cooler if that's how it worked.
Yeah, but then we'd never see it. We'd only ever see it far, far, far away, and then you'd go to that system. You'd be like, okay, why isn't it red here?
This is fun over realism.
Mhm.
Yeah, and that's the balance, right?
There are those creative balances, exactly.
Yeah, it's sound in space, fire in space, all that kind of stuff. Actual space combat, not being sniping and missiles at long range.
Yeah, being shot before you ever know somebody's there.
Oh gosh.
Or
See,
like-
that's when all the dark,
like
sneaky
Captain
ships
Kirk
come
and
into
Khan.
fun.
The fact that we all did that at once is too bad.
We are seriously nerdy here. That this is the space nerd chat.
And this space nerd is very excited for the next thing we're showing here, which is
Oh yes,
cargo decks.
best part.
Cargo deck.
Cannot wait. Oh my god.
They're looking so good. We're so close. We're a month into the next quarter, so we're less than 2 months away from the PTU for 311.
Yeah.
So they're looking good.
So what do you think as far as timing goes, Jordan? Like what's your
I think they
feeling?
have a as you can see, they're working on this. They have separate teams working on this. They have staggered development.
Yeah.
So they have teams working on 310 stuff. They have teams working on 311 stuff, and they're separate teams. Just because the one's delayed doesn't mean that the other one is necessarily delayed. So, the middle of next month, where are we? July, August. So August 15th is their no go meeting for the new patch, and then we get into the beginning of September. We can only judge when essentially Evocati goes live. So as they were talking about with the timing of 310 and why it was late, or 310, and one of the problems was that they were having some major blockers in early Evocati that they couldn't do the focus testing that they wanted to do. So they were a little late getting it to Evocati, so they were probably having issues at QA before. First they go to QA internally, and they've got, they've got dozens and dozens of QA people internally that they're testing with. It has to get past them. Okay, we're ready to go to ETF, and then once Evocati gets it, they have things that they want to specifically test. And Todd Pappy said there were blockers that they were a week or 2 weeks just getting those blockers done so they could actually do their focus testing, get past that to where they can go to wave 1. So and while they have their target dates, software is complicated, and sometimes there's things that aren't working right, and they got to fix them. And if they're not working, they're going to be on their cadence. As I've been saying since we started the show, 71 episodes ago, the beginning of 2019.
Can't believe it's episode 71 already.
Are you
Right?
guys like one of those clickers?
Year and a half. Yeah. They have been on this quarterly release cycle for 2.5 years. So they started at the beginning of 2018. 2019. We're more than halfway through 2020. They have stayed on the quarter. So I think we all have gotten past them. Okay, well, it has to be live on the first of the new quarter. Like, if it's not live on the first of the quarter, they're late and they're failing, and I want my money back. And it's like, fuck this shit. Fuck those people, because they have been late for most of the past year on most of their releases.
Yeah. But they've done very well getting them all out, which has been fantastic.
They have stayed on that. We have not seen one patch pushback other than the normal, that patch release, that cadence, that release cycle, and they've been consistent.
And they've done a really good job following that line of keeping the community happy and making sure that they're not delaying the development in order to keep the community happy. So they're releasing it on time when it's ready, so that we have a good experience. And there's a lot of competing priorities there. My question that I have is, when the first time we had a pillar talk, that came out after the Go No Go meeting, but before the next patch came out. We had that pillar talk. I don't think the last pillar talk was released. I think it was released after the patch. It was kind of like almost like not a post-mortem, but it was kind of after it.
The last 2 pillar talks have been like late released, pre-recorded.
Yeah.
So their timing was really odd. Like, I don't know if it was the one in. It was the one at the end of for the end of 3.8, beginning of 3.9, that they had recorded at CitizenCon.
I'll be right back.
Was that the one where it was like it was so far out of sequence that they had recorded it 4 months prior to that? It's like, this is just terrible. And the thing about Pillar Talk is that it was great and amazing when it started out. The concept was great when they first started out. It was kind of like that early the town halls they used to do. So they'd get the pillar directors in there, and they'd talk, and they'd go over a lot of stuff, and they would kind of do a little stream of consciousness and kind of talk about, okay, well, here's the bigger picture and here's how this relates to things. And I'd say for probably the last 4 or 5 pillar talks, they've pushed them faster and faster to where it's like, okay, we got to move, we're cutting, we're editing, we're cutting, it's got to be in like 15 minutes. It's like, this sucks.
But I'd rather see a pillar talk that is more raw and less edited. Like
Yeah.
I
That's
want to
what I-
see
that's
less
what I-
focus on
that's what I'm
quality. Is that
saying.
what you're saying? Okay, yeah. I'd rather
no,
see
that's what
the
I'm saying.
timing
They-
right on the pillar talk. Maybe editing for content, because they do have to be a little bit careful about how they present the message, but not
Oh,
so
yeah.
much that they're focusing on the exact how it's cut. Right.
No, I
Yeah,
agree because there's an entertainment to them being so excited about what they're talking about,
Yeah,
and it
Right.
gets you excited.
just
So
going and talking about their thoughts. I mean,
Yeah.
and I think part of the current writing also stems from that, is that we've lost the original 10 for the chairman, 10 for the developers, and the town halls, and these things where we get more. Just a little bit more open conversation from them, and it's been kind of whittled down and whittled down and whittled down to where it's like everything has to go so fast, and it has to be scripted, and it has to be flashy, and
I'm surprised 10 for the chairman lasted as long as it did, with the repeat questions that were constantly on it. And that's when the community was only like 500,000 people when it went on.
Yeah.
So I can't imagine what's like with like 2.5 million people all asking the same question.
It would be
over
kind
and
of
over.
cool if we had just like a cameo one-off 10 for the chairman.
I
Yeah.
kind of disagree, because and I agree with Doc that the 10 for the chairmans, I didn't come in until late 2015, so I was watching those then, and I watched a lot of the previous ones, and some of them were really good. There was a lot of good stuff there, but there was a lot of repetition. And I've got to say that, and we see this all the time on the Calling All Devs and the Friday shows, that the community asks stupid questions a lot, and they vote up stupid questions. And basically, the first people who get questions in that are part of the riot brigade, I think I'm going to start calling them that.
I like that.
They get in, and then they just start blowing up these stupid questions. It's like, these are not good questions, but we've got this riot brigade, and that's what they're hot and ranty.
That's what they want to hear about. Yeah, exactly.
and-
But there's
and
then we get questions like,
stupid question.
will the Aegis Saber fit in the Idris frigate?
Oh.
We got that question like 100
Oh,
times.
Yeah, like
Will it fit in an Idris? And then you're
So
like,
many
no, it's a
stupid
thing.
Like Google. That's what Google's for. Those questions.
go into concierge chat and fucking ask somebody, and we'll answer it. Like,
just ask
that.
someone on the forums
Just
and you'll get an
freaking
answer.
ask anybody. Don't put it. It's like, so.
Yeah.
But
That's what the Q&A questions used to be like.
So
my
Zelix
fit
in
in the
chat
Idris.
says Tony Z for the win.
Will
Hold
fit
on,
in the
Chris. I've got
Google.
cool stuff to talk about. So yes, I would love to see Tony Z, like a 10 for Tony.
Wow. They cut him off all the time, and like at CitizenCon, so I get a lot of questions about NPC crews for the large ships, and at the CitizenCon 2018 in Austin, the last 2 minutes, and I timed it. It was the last 2 minutes, because I went back and I was trying to find it. The last 2 minutes of his talk, and he was running over. He started talking about that, and as soon as he started talking about it, he said, "It's like, I could talk on this subject for an hour, because this is important with NPCs and crews. This is a big part of the future universe and Squadron 42." But he had to condense it down into 2 minutes as far as how NPC crew were going to work. And a lot of people are making buying decision on multi-$1,000 ships, on Idrises, on Endeavors, on Javelins, on Polarises, and a lot of these ships that they intend to run at least partially with NPCs, and we have so little information on how that's going to work, and his 2 minutes changed our entire perception of how they could potentially work, and that was 2.5 years ago now, and we haven't gotten really very much beyond that. We got a little talk from Todd Pappy, and a little bit from Dan Truffin on a couple of Calling All Devs in early last year. But and what those guys have to say, and I've mentioned this on the show before, that I understand that the impact on these people's time, but if we take 1 hour out of one person's time twice a year, and how much impact is that on our overall development? And that can cycle around different people. Give Tony Z 1 hour twice a year,
I think
Like in every 6
I
months.
think instead of 10 for the chairman, I would like 10 from the chairman, where he just brings up 10 topics and talks about them.
Yeah,
That
I
would
would
be
love.
awesome.
I would just
And there
don't
would
even
be so much
like,
hand motion. It would
oh
be
my
great.
god, and cycle around some of these guys,
Yeah,
and
just
it's
Yeah.
very minimal overall impact on the team because okay, well, in every
So
6 months
we have a poll running,
1 hour.
guys. We have a poll running on a 10-4 series that we'd have. Who do we want first? So
10
we
for
want 10
Tony
for the
Z.
chairman, 10 for Xylo, 10 for Tony Z, 10 for Dan Truffin, or 10 for Sarah McCullough. And that's
I
not
love Dan.
spelt right, but
I would take an hour from Dan
McCulloch.
Truffin. He's another one. Dan Truffin, I'd love an hour from him.
Yeah.
I'd love an hour
Right?
from Xylo.
I think
100%,
can we get an
100%.
hour from each and then just
Yeah.
What an
over the
amazing
year,
series,
I think that
hey?
would be great.
But that's exactly it, and that's what I've proposed is it's like 1 hour every 6 months from 20 different people is very little impact, and poor John Crew. He's on Constellate, but spaceships are very, very important to us. So it's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah. The only reason John Crew's not on that list is because we get some great exposure from him already. Otherwise, I would say definitely we want him on there.
I think
But-
the only problem with having them do that is what I like to call like the Hagrid effect, where like you get them passionately talking for an hour, what they can and can't say kind of goes out the window because the passion kicks in, and it's like I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said
Well,
that.
that's part of the good thing about it too, is we kind of feel like we get a little
Yeah.
bit of behind the scenes.
That is
Yeah.
the fun part.
we have lost that forward thinking, and we talked with Xylo about that on the show.
Yeah.
That they've scaled back and scaled back and scaled back to it's like we're only going to talk about what's coming out like in the next patch, maybe the patch after that, but probably not. And we've lost this bigger picture, and us older backers miss that.
Yes.
And more importantly, the new backers have none of that big picture visibility. New backers, which are so much of the community right now, and we're getting this massive influx, they don't have this big picture. I spend a lot of time trying to ask. I go into like Cobra TV's channel and he's bringing so many new backers all the time, and I ask him, it's like, well, do you know what the whole project is about? It's like, no, I saw it on YouTube or I saw it on Twitch, and it looks so great. These spaceships, I had to get in, and it's like, but well, have you seen the star map? And do you know about the economy? Do you know about all these things? Like, no. What's that? Holy shit, really?
Mhm.
And it blows their mind, and they have no
Oh yeah.
clue.
Exactly.
It's
My-
so massive.
Oh, it is. My
Yeah.
favorite thing to
Can
tell
we
new
switch the video?
backers.
Stim?
Yeah, sorry
is-
about that.
But
Sorry,
yeah,
guys, sorry.
My favorite thing to tell new backers is you need to be patient, but as Chris Roberts says, if you can dream it, it can happen. Like this is how it goes. Like if you can think it, you can do it. And that's my favorite part of this verse is, you might have to wait it out, but if you can think it, you're going to be able to do it. And they've proved that over and over again over the time.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, the whole huge range of the scope of the universe. It's for somebody who follows it in depth constantly and really tries to grasp it, it boggles my mind. I can barely wrap my mind around the scope of it.
Yeah.
oh yeah.
And it's you can't even get it across. And it's like when somebody asks what is Star Citizen, it's like, all right, well, give me half an hour and I'll start to explain it to you.
So,
Yeah.
so
Right.
I want to give you a half an hour right now to tell us a little bit about what's going on with the Taurus.
Ooh, yes. So we have a link on the Taurus.
You don't
So-
have half an hour.
So they showed us the Taurus, and
It
then
was
there
a great segue, though. Give me props.
Yeah, let's move right along, as we say.
Yeah, but I'm trying to change it so that we don't say moving right along all the time. We gotta have,
that's part of our thing.
There's nothing wrong with saying it. We
nothing wrong with
need
that.
to be reminded, especially
we're-
Joran.
We're the show that takes 20 minutes worth of content and turns it into 3 hours.
yeah. Without spilling our drinks.
Most of that's bread.
I blame all the drink redemptions earlier.
Yeah.
But Yeah, so the Taurus looks like they're finally getting back to it, which is far overdue because
Mm.
it's the only other ship over 100 SCU that between that 96 SCU of the Connie and 456 SCU in the Carrack. The only thing we have is the Max at 122. So there's very few cargo ships in that next range up.
So what's the Taurus going to be at now?
We don't know.
Okay.
But if you switch over to the cargo analysis, so this is by Benjamin Buford, I think, out of the concierge community.
I think it's 80% bigger than the regular Connie. So
Yeah, so he's measuring the hull plates and what's in the existing Connies versus what was shown here, and so he's showing that the Taurus had 10.5 cargo plates, catwalk squares, up 75%. So 96 SCU divided by 4 times 3 times 8 something.
Something. Love it.
Where was his final cargo analysis?
168 is what he said.
168 SU.
He's saying 168 SCU. So
75% longer, which translates into 168, where the regular Andromeda has 96.
96, yeah.
So how is it going to not fall on its nose if it's been stretched when the Connie already tries to fall on its nose?
Well, because this is
The
between the gear
turboprops.
area.
There's better turboprops.
Okay.
No, it's the
Is it pushed back?
there's
Maybe.
yeah, it's pushed back. There's no Merlin docking bay on the
Ah,
Taurus.
that's right.
So it's just using that
There's
then
no
it
snub.
goes back into that space.
Right.
Oh, okay.
It
Yeah.
shouldn't
got
it shouldn't be much longer than a regular Connie. It's just they use the space differently.
Yeah, I doubt they'll change the entire frame.
Space
It
magic.
might get a little bit
Hey,
fatter.
There's
Like,
Benjamin Buford in the chat now, just when we started talking about
hey,
his,
there we go.
his analysis.
Perfect. It may be a little bit fatter because we saw that the Phoenix changed its dimensions that way, but I don't think the Phoenix gained any length. And they want them all, like all the Connies should fit in all the same hangars and that kind of thing. So I would be
The Phoenix
surprised
is
if they
slightly longer as well.
is it, but
Yeah.
obviously not very much, like a few meters. Like,
No, it's like 5 meters,
yeah,
which is a lot if you
it
think
is
about
quite a
it.
bit. It is quite a bit, but I think they want them all to fit in the same hangar, and then it would be
Right.
weird if all of a sudden you can't say, oh yeah, Connie will fit there, and all of a sudden you took the wrong Connie that doesn't fit. It's one of those things. It's like a class of ship, and you want to have you want to be able to refer to certain classes of ships. If it were to grow too much outside of the scope to the point where it didn't fit in certain cargo hangars, it would no longer really feel like a class of ship. It would be like a distant cousin.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so
All right,
Connie
moving on.
snub docking. Let's move on to that. Yeah. So finally, we're gonna get
Getting there.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
I'm
this is cool.
looking forward to this for ages.
Yes.
Is it still the state that
this
when you
is-
get into
this
that
is
thing?
an RSI ship, not an Aegis ship.
Ha, 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 ha.
Yeah.
It's funny. Is it still the case? Is it still the case that when you
Do I
get
need to explain
into it's because he's a dad. It's dad puns, right? It's still
Is
the
how
case.
baby ships are made.
Yeah. That is the baby ship. That's the birthing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like how sharks stick to
We've
their
had a
mom.
long enough gestation period, Xylo. We would like to see the baby ships come out now.
Baby ships.
That's what happens when you ram. No,
So much thrust.
So is that what pad ramming really is about?
um,
Yeah, but this I mean, in all seriousness though, this is something we've been waiting for a long time. So I think we're all pretty excited for this to happen.
Yeah.
All of us that have Connies. I mean,
those of us who don't like it
yeah.
anymore.
I actually got rid of all my Connies. I don't have any Connies, but at one point I owned absolutely every one of them. And I didn't get
Yeah.
rid of them because they didn't have snub fighters. I just started to find ships that I would rather allocate those resources to. But the Connie lineup, it's iconic. It's iconic for a reason. And it's going to be that that mid-level, like, and it's funny because we talk about, what is sort of the mid-level and what does progression look like when it comes to different vocations in the verse. And the Connie is going to be that one where, you finally have the ability to either, slave a couple of spots or get a couple of NPCs or bring, 2 to 3 of your friends to get out there, but you're not quite at a Carrick level. You're not quite at a Hull C level, or whatever vocation you're doing. The Connies really fill that breadth of vocation at a level that is just, it's going to be where most people get to. And I remember one of the questions, I think it came in a 10 for the chairman, as to how long it would take to get in a Connie. And I think it was something, how many hours was that ages ago? And that's totally changed. Jordan, do you remember how many hours Chris Roberts said you'd have to go from a starter ship to get into a Connie?
40.
Okay.
40.
Okay. So yeah. So he was saying 40, but this was back in the original early Kickstarter days,
Yeah.
and there were almost no other large ships. The entire universe has changed tremendously since then. So people still
He said
throw
that pretty
this out
recently
there.
in like
No,
2016, 2017. Noah said that
No,
it was
no,
like.
it was like 2014. Yeah, it has not been said
Oh,
since
I
then.
remember it being
Yeah.
said in 2014, but I remember it being said more recently than that as well.
No,
That somebody said that it would take like
no, the community has
40
been
hours.
the community keeps pulling this
Right.
back up because it was said, but this has changed tremendously. And in 2016 was where Chris Roberts had that interview with the German gaming show, or what their name was, and that was where he really laid out an entirely different vision for the pricing differential on large ships, and was saying how ships like the Idris and the Javelin, that's like a person owning an aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
It just doesn't really happen. And
too. Oh.
Starlet does.
Wow.
Owns a couple of Javelins. But
Yeah, 3.
is it 3? Like two,
Yeah.
2 or 3 Javelins. She owns a few ships. She's a great passionate space nerd.
So what do you
great for
think
the
the
ox-
time
so-
should be in
okay,
order to get
so-
into a Connie?
As we're talking about Jake Mule's economy post. So Jake Mule is Tony Z's right-hand guy. So he's really one of the guys who's over quantifying the economy. And he had said in 2018 that the average player spends about an hour and a half a day playing, and that they envision about 3 days to earn an upgrade. So like some type of upgrade component for your ship. So right now in our current metric values, which are very arbitrary, like a 30,000 UEC cooler would take 4.5 hours. So 3 days of hour and a half play to earn a component. So if you want to extrapolate that out to 1.2 million, you run that up. I think it's a bit more than 40 hours. So it's more than 10 times. It's like 30,000, 300,000, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you ramp that up, and then that's going to something like a Cutlass, not a Connie. They have talked about, specifically in starting with that Gamescom interview in 2016, that large ships are really going to take a long time to work up to it, and it's really going to take a group effort to make that much money, or it's going to take you a very long time. Our current metrics of earning are completely arbitrary. This is very, very, very early with values in the economy system, and things are going to change dramatically. So don't get used to it.
Exactly. As new things come out, you'll notice that like they'll focus those. Like for a while, you could make a lot of money mining, and you still can. But then you could make they evened out when you had delivery missions, and so there's always that balance there too.
And if you look at the prices of items and components and ships, I've got a spreadsheet tracking the spaceship prices, and Timble works closely with me on that. And we've watched how the spaceship prices have changed from patch to patch. They've been relatively stable, but sometimes you'll see like a huge shift, and it's like millions of UEC, and they'll just like, oh well, it was 30 million. It's like, oh, we're gonna make it 12 million. Like, and they're really just kind of plugging it in here, just willy nilly. And some feedback that I've gotten from that's really all they're trying to do right now is just kind of put things into places. And then now that we have persistence with earning, we're starting to be able to see, okay, well, what are people doing to earn money? How are people earning money? How much are they making doing different things? Where do people put their effort and their time, and what's their return on that? And yeah, everybody's running Caterpillars and Laranite. So in 310, they dropped the profit margin from 28% to 22%. Somebody was saying, it's like, oh my God, Laranite doesn't make any money anymore. They cut it in half. It's like, oh my God, it's like the world is falling down. It's like, and I went and I did the math. It's like 22% is still badass. Like, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's like, and
Well, it's like the real world economy. You're gonna have supply and demand. So
and it's going to change continually, but right now it's entirely completely arbitrary. So to earn a Connie in game for a single player starting from an Aurora, if you're playing really, really hardcore, 6 months.
I don't think it's going to take that long.
no. And like
4
for me,
months.
the way I think of a Connie too is like a house. Like that's like a space house. So I think of it like it's in the real world. Like you're gonna have to work to be able to buy your own house.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think you're far off, Jordan.
From an Aurora to a Connie.
I don't think you're far off.
You're going to go from an Aurora to
Exactly.
a Titan to a Cutlass to something else, and you're going to work up multiple stages. So I want to play 50
you can go to a
hours.
Taurus. It's going to be cheaper.
True, but I don't want to earn a Taurus before 3 months of playing, and that's if I'm playing like
Yeah. No,
it's maybe 15 hours a week. I don't want to have a Taurus before 3 months. That's
I think if you grind hard, you'll have a Taurus within a month. Easy.
No, I disagree
Because
with you.
if you look at it right now, you can get $6,000 for each.
Nothing right
Yeah.
now. Nothing right now. This is meaningless. This is so
Well,
meaningless.
it shows us
That's
what the
fair.
economy may look
But-
like, and
No,
I
it
I
doesn't.
don't think it's going to be that long to get to a bigger ship.
I have studied the economy with a microscope for the past 2 years.
But you also think Reaganomics was viable, so.
Well, I also
Shots
agree
fired.
with Dr. Murray because I've seen
It was also the best 30 years of our economy in the history of the country.
Yeah.
Well, I also
Let's not
agree
get
with
into
Dr. Murray
politics.
in some way
Years in
because you're always going to have somebody that finds that loophole because that's the way it is in the real world too. If you find that loophole, you can find a way to make a ton of money really fast before people could be like, oh, we need to fix that, or oh, supply and demand are going to even out. And
Right.
so that's
And
just how it's going to work.
Speaking of
I do think
Reaganomics, he
those
was
are gonna
actually
happen.
based on free market economics, and Tony Z is a huge free market economics wonk. And so everything that he has said for the past 4 years.
Anyways, I don't think it's going
Yeah.
to take 6 months to get to a Connie. I think it's
I
going to
think-
take maybe a month, and that's if you play every day. If you play like 15 hours a week,
But,
yeah, sure, it's going to take you months. But if you play like 8 hours a day,
Oh
7
fuck!
days
Well,
a
8
week,
hours. Who plays 8 hours a day, 7 days a week? Like, get a
lots
fucking
of people. Have you
Yeah, well,
never
okay.
played WoW with anybody?
Okay,
I know, if you really grind, I think
Sure.
you can get it faster. But
Oh, yeah.
and if it depends
That-
if you're
that's-
playing in a group, there's so many
Right.
variables that go into how fast you're gonna get that.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
you want.
if all you have
Serenity
is an
now,
Aurora,
people.
that doesn't
Serenity
mean
now.
that doesn't mean you won't be able to get a job on somebody else's Caterpillar.
You're
and
talking
get a
about something
profit
way over
share.
here, and I'm talking about something way over here. It's like we just said the same thing. Sure, if you play it like a normal person, it's going to take you 6 months. If you play 8 hours a day for every 7 days a week for a month, well, sure, you played 6 months in a month.
Well, no. That's
Yeah, you
normal.
just said that. Who plays 8 hours a day for 7 days a week?
I don't know. We're all stuck at home right now. So
Before I had kids,
I
I
don't-
did.
right? I was
So,
like, and
Cad-
before.
I got a
Cadzilla
60
says we
hour
should
week
have
job.
Trump on the next show.
Yeah.
Oh, don't
Okay.
even go there.
Moving on. Moving
Before
on.
Kids, I had that.
Oh,
kind
you-
of
Moving
time.
right along.
What do you
I
guys
agree.
think about Haskaha? Haskaha is amazing. He does amazing screenshots. He does a lot of
Yeah.
post processing, and he so they're not raw his
Oh,
shots, but he
yeah.
spends a lot of time getting the right picture and then processing it properly so we can see just amazing stuff. And what he's done, and I'm just going to go ahead and add my upvote there. What he has done is he's put together for us a camera tutorials. Now, we've seen a couple of visualizations for this in the past, but 2 weeks ago, he put up a really, really great guide on how you can do the advanced camera controls. So for everybody that's in the Discord that loves flying around, take a few seconds to take some pictures and get in there. Get in on all the amazing pictures we have, because we'll showcase those at the end of the show for each show. And what I try to do is try and grab one really great one from each person that has really put in a good amount. It's not always possible because we have some great shots. But what's amazing is Haskaha has put together a competition, as we said earlier. In fact, let me go and grab that competition and paste it so that you can get in on that contest.
Yeah, there's no competing with this.
Yeah, so there's Haskaha's, right? She's really good. We kind of call her, like lovingly our, the official photographer for the Yacht Club. She's very good at what she does. Anyway, congratulations.
She knows where to get snapshot.
Right. Congratulations to Haskaha for getting exposed for this. Well deserved, man. Long time coming. And I hope that
He
you're.
said he was going to work on it. He was working on that for a while.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah.
So that's really great. So go ahead and take a look at that and get in on that competition, because that's going to be a great one. And you get to win. You get the chance to win some loot. So that'll be really good.
Oh, and
Going
Mystic
back
said,
real quick to the economy thing real quick.
I thought I got us away from it successfully.
If all you do is fly
Where's
your
the white
Aurora
flag?
and do missions with that, then sure, it could probably take you 3
I
to
will
6
go
months to
down
get
with
economy.
this ship.
But if you're smart and you hire onto somebody's haulie as a security guard, you're gonna make a shitload of money every run, and you're gonna make money a lot
maybe not.
faster. Well,
I'm not going to
lots of
pay a
money
security
changes
guard on it. It all
lots of
depends.
money
right?
change names. You're gonna make more than running cargo boxes, is what I'm saying. Running your 3 SDU of cargo on an Aurora.
Well, running cargo on Aurora is the dumbest thing that you could do. Doing delivery missions actually pays pretty darn well. You can make a lot of money running delivery missions.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yes.
I just
all
think you're gonna
depends
be able
on
to make more money doing other things with other people's ships if all you have is an Aurora.
everything depends on, okay, what do you have? What do you spend your time at? Are you going to spend your time at whatever the most the most efficient way to make money at your level in the game is? And if you're focused 100% on making money, just like in the real world, if you're out there from high school through college and you're 100% focused on making money, and you're out there and you're hustling and you're working 60 hours a week and you're making all the right decisions, you're going to be way ahead of the guy who's over there fucking partying.
Right, it's all about work ethic.
Yeah.
But if the guy partying happens to be friends with a millionaire, he's gonna have a leg up over you regardless of how hard you work.
And you know what's going to help you get all that
So
money?
Find people with
Right.
lots of ships and be their friends.
Ooh, it's like I'm pretty. Here you go. There you go. That's
Or
the way to
if the
win.
guy partying's parents happen to be multi-millionaires, he's gonna far outclass you regardless of how hard you work.
So
So-
this is our sneak peek that's going to help you
This
outclass
looks
your
so
enemy.
good.
That double barrel.
Doesn't that look amazing?
Laser repeater looks
amazing.
so sexy.
I'm gonna hide chat so you can just see the muzzle on this thing. Doesn't that look toit?
Yeah, with the gold
Yes.
trap.
Raoul.
Oh. Is that what we're gonna call this?
This is the
We don't know its name, but it's gonna be Raoul.
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 So this is it's labeled as the laser repeater. I think we should call it the laser purr. It's better than yodeling, right?
Maybe.
I think so.
Slightly.
I don't know. I like your yodeling.
Oh dear.
I like the yodeling too.
Oh, great.
But when it's off key, it just guts me alive.
Yeah.
Not quite there, but
It hurts
We
me
need
too.
we
Stan,
need to
it's
get you
okay.
the whole shebang though. You need the whole
The
outfit.
full-on lederhosen.
Yes, you need the lederhosen.
Lederhosen.
The Holstein too.
Holstein? No.
You definitely do it the best, that's for sure.
I've had a
Yes.
lot of years of practice.
So moving right
Oh, my
along,
goodness.
we go from the RSI weekly newsletter that had that sneak peek, and of course Haskaha's camera guide. We move on to the roadmap, and this is where the
Roadmap.
contention has been throughout.
This is where everything started going downhill.
Mhm.
Well, this
This
is
week.
what people were complaining about Friday, Saturday, and Sunday until Monday rolled around and they had something else to complain about.
Yeah, I still don't understand how it transitioned from.
I-
I don't know what set people off. Like, how did we go from Orson getting pushed back to where's the Squadron 42 video again? And it's like the CIG isn't telling us anything, and like the world's burning down, or let's go and burn down things.
They
There's
didn't
a-
have enough to complain about.
There's a post in the subforum where he's trying to be clever, and he's like, I hired these contractors years ago to do this job for me, and they're not talking to me. And there's a bunch of follow-up posts that are like, they're not your contractors, dumbass. You're pledging to a game. You're a backer, you know.
So that they have 2 shows a week. They have a monthly report
Yeah.
on both the Persistent Universe
They're not
and
talking to
Squadron
him
42.
at all. They're not,
like,
he's not hearing nothing.
So it's like, oh, CIG hasn't told us anything. It's like,
Yeah.
well, like there's this. It's like there's this, and
If you
well,
email
anyway,
them, they are so quick to get back.
well, it depends on time of year. If it's after
That's
the
fair.
anniversary sale for the next 4 months, you may not hear
Oh,
back
well,
for
that
several
is
weeks.
very, very true. Right now, they're fantastic.
Yep.
Same.
Yep,
Yeah.
their return rate on tickets is much better than it is from November to March.
Yes. Right. By the way, mine haven't been for issues. They're strictly for Penguin merch. That's all I've been asking for and talking to them about, and we've just been geeking about. It's great.
So, will the Penguin have LTI?
I don't know. That's a great question.
That's
I
the only
hope so.
question, right, Doc?
Yeah.
Right, Sam?
really
Well, it doesn't
is. I
matter
need
because
my
all the
permanent
upgrades are going to come for
co-pilot.
it, and then the cargo that it's going to be carrying in its personalized inventory is not going to be insured.
Yes. Oh, we
How
need to
many
make
S-
matching armor. We need matching
How many
armor.
It's
SCU
armor?
does the Penguin
Yeah.
have?
Yeah, 0.0051.
If he's in the
Yeah.
co-pilot seat, does he count when I run missions to get money, like I get extra for him?
Can you
That's
Yeah.
fair.
can you
Use him to
slave him
smuggle
to
your
a
hooch.
turret?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's a great smuggler. You just,
Stick it in.
Can you shoot better than a stormtrooper?
So on our notable changes for July 24th, Orison was pushed back to Q1, Q2 of the new year. So, is that January or is that
Quarter one is
March, April.
March. The end of quarter one is
April.
March. The end of March. End of quarter two
Yeah,
is the end of June.
That's what I thought. So that is a very long time away. But like we said earlier, we don't know what the contributing factors are here. One of the things that I have said. Here's Zyla still with us. The penguin is
No
actually modeled on a
way.
real life penguin that was discovered stray behind the
so
LA
was
studio.
his name really
No
Pico?
way.
What?
No.
Oh, that is so
Penguin
cool.
around the LA
my God.
studio? That is crazy.
So excited.
He says, "No, I just made that up."
That's not even fair. You know how many people have been messing with
There are
me
no
about the
penguins in
penguin? That's
California.
Such a
so
troll.
Mean. So mean.
I'm so bad too. I'll
So
believe
mean.
anything. Just say, I'll be like, really? Like even if it's
So
remotely possible,
today-
I'll just buy it. It's terrible.
Last week there was a
Today
kangaroo.
someone did that to me. They spent a while photoshopping like the penguin into the merch store, and I was ready to cry because I thought it was
Oh,
sold
no.
out. Like
That's
it's not
terrible.
even funny.
But
So-
literally last week in Fort Lauderdale, there was a huge thing on the news that there was a kangaroo running down the middle of the street.
Yeah, but that's not a
Well,
penguin
that's
in
Fort
LA.
Lauderdale.
Yeah, but it's LA. It's like
Wait.
weird shit
Yeah.
happens there. It's like the other
That's-
Florida.
Zeus in
Wait,
San
Yeah.
Diego.
But
Yeah,
so
the
so
zoo.
I'm originally from South Africa, and you actually get penguins that because it's the closest point to Antarctica. You know, the bottom
Yeah,
tip
right.
of South Africa, and you think, wow, it's like this. It's a very very hot country, and so you'd think that that there wouldn't be penguins there, but that messes me up. So yeah, of course there's penguins in LA.
There are penguins in Madagascar. I learned that from the Disney movie.
Yes, and they're adorable.
So let's talk a little bit about what's upcoming in 3.11 since we have it up on the roadmap. So looks like they've added some stuff to 3.11, which is why we're overall down 1%.
And the refinery decks were also pushed back from 3.11 to 3.12.
Yep. So hold back your concern on anything being pushed back. And we've said this a million times because so yes, there is, the pandemic, and yes, it is having an effect on them. And, Xylo might argue against that, but like it's affecting everybody. The fact that CIG is still working hard on things for us is fantastic. We have to be so grateful that they're able to work from home, that they've been able to work with almost no or very little impact on the development.
310 is huge.
100%.
310 is huge. I mean, there's so many things.
It just doesn't have a lot of those sexy things you can show off, right? But it's got a lot of quality of life and a lot of cool stuff that you can talk about, but it's hard to conceptualize. The changes that are coming in. I mean, they're not new locations, they're not spaceships, they're not game mechanics, which we've talked about. These things come out at certain times, and the game mechanics professions, they're held up by the UI primarily and iCache as well. So we know we're not really going to get new professions. They talked about that in the salvage calling all devs. And the middle of the year, the 2 patches in the middle of the year tend to be the lighter patches as far as like the major stuff. And there's so many things that are major changes to the game. Yeah, there's no bombs that are dropping, right? There's just a lot of iterative improvements. Some stuff that are improving on old things like the Origin M50, and some things that are the first step of new systems coming in. But things like body dragging, and we heard in that review, where is it here? They were talking about. Or rather, sorry, it's in a post we're going to show a little bit later. Why don't I show it now? But they're talking about how the hospital system when they talk about Origin being backed up, the hospital system is going to get some love there at large landing zones, which is really kind of cool.
Next medical gameplay iteration. So
and we've been waiting for that like crazy.
Well, that raises so many questions as far as how they're going to implement that. Are there going to be other medical profession implementations as well, or if you die, are you just going to end up respawning at the hospital instead of in your hab? Which that seems kind of arbitrary to me. But if they have other medical gameplay coming, we got the first medical gameplay with 3.8 with the Cutlass Red and the med beds as a complete surprise. That was not on the roadmap, and that's one of the things that we talk about is, okay, so some of the patches may look light, and then all of a sudden we get these things, and it's very often a small thing that changes the entire way that you live and act in the verse. Getting the med beds as a respawn point changed everything about how people play in the verse. Like, you always make sure you set your medbed into your Carrack or your Cutlass Red. Make sure we bring something with a medbed for our shenanigans, because somebody's going to blow up in their Cyclone or get run over or something silly, or for combat ops, for combat orcs. I mean, that's huge to not have to start all the way over at Lorville or Olisar or whatever station and be able to get right back in the action when they're doing their combat ops. That was one thing that was not on the roadmap, that nobody had any idea that was actually going to come. We thought it was going to be another ship that didn't necessarily have gameplay involved with it, and then all of a sudden the 890 Jump, the Carrack, and the Cutlass Red are all respawn points, and that has changed how everybody behaves. One tiny thing that was a total surprise. I think that the currency trading app is going to change gameplay tremendously in the verse.
Yeah.
It's one tiny little thing that was not on the roadmap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the ability for people to really and truly engage other players for profit or for activities or for operations or for missions, like that's massive. That is really taking what, it's been a multiplayer experience up until now, but that is a huge step in the multiplayer
Like
setup.
for people using the mole, and that's been a huge pain in the ass
Yeah.
for people to be able to share profits from that.
Mining,
for people that
trading, anything.
Oh, yeah.
people that want to hire
Bounties.
gunners that want to hire turret
Yeah,
gunners
turret
for
gunners,
their
yeah.
caterpillars. I've seen a lot of people in chat say, hey, I'm paying 10,000 for a turret gunner for this run because they need some turret gunners because they got a caterpillar and it's dangerous these days, and they're being stupid and going to Tram and Myers, or they're being
It's not
daring.
stupid to go to Tram and Meyer. It's daring.
It's daring. Yeah, like,
It's risky.
blood-going.
Business.
Yes, well, like risk is very.
You
is
gotta
very
take
subjective.
risk to get reward.
Get the reward. Exactly.
I didn't take any risks, and I've got.
It takes risk to make risk.
Adrenaline. What?
I didn't go to Tram Myers once, and I've got 5 million in the bank. So, and I haven't really tried that hard. So.
Apparently, you don't
I
have
get
to
a
try
kick out
hard.
of
You
those
just
things.
ask for people to send you money.
Yeah.
Well, there is that too. But
I mean,
it's going to
hookers
change.
and
Yes.
So let's
Like, hookers and blow.
let's talk for a second. Let's kind of dive into the heart of this matter that we had. So with Squadron
go on.
42 video.
No, you're jumping past something else very important.
I know. I think it's time for this, and then we'll go back,
Okay.
and
all
then
right,
we'll talk about that stuff.
we
Yeah.
have to talk about seaweed. It's very important.
Oh yeah. We'll get
I
there. We'll
agree.
get there. We'll get there.
All right.
I think
Okay.
it's topical. So
All right. So we're jumping over to the Squadron 42 update.
yeah. So this is a very long article, guys. It's basically Xylo came through and he explained the reasons behind why there's been a delay in the Squadron 42 video coming out. As well as what's been happening with the public roadmap. And I don't want to go in and make this a thing where we're going through what all the delays are. You can read it. There's very good reasons for those delays. But what he says at the end here is that it's still coming, and highlighted here, it's still coming probably in the next few weeks, but don't hold them to it, along with an assortment of other updates, including the overhaul to their public roadmap. Okay. So this is actually a really good thing for us to read here. Here, I'll try and squidge through it as fast as I can. The new roadmap is something we hinted at in March, but because it is still very much in development, we can't share as much about it as we would like. Believe me when I say that I'm personally eager to hear and release it to you. We took the time to explore options on how we could better represent our progress, and I believe we are getting close to landing a pretty great spot. Our goal with this new roadmap is to give you better visibility into what teams are working on, share that progress of more teams, and go so far as to indicate the size of the projects for our tech, features, and content teams. This new roadmap will drastically change how you follow the development progress for both Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. The new roadmap will focus more on breaking out teams and features so you can interactively, very cool, interactively see what is being worked on across all teams, as opposed to what features will make a specific release. While it's not quite ready, it's currently top priority in the web team's current projects. In the immediate future, we plan to deliver the following communications. 1, give an explanation of the goals of our new roadmap and what to expect from it. 2, show a rough mock-up of the proposed new roadmap. 3, share a work-in-progress version of the roadmap for at least one of our core teams. And number 4, finally transition to this new roadmap. So obviously it's not something that's going to happen overnight. We'll approach them in order above. We'll likely need a few weeks between steps, so I don't want to create the impression that it's happening overnight. But we should be announcing step 1 pretty soon, if his meeting on Thursday is as good as you think it will be. Okay, and this came out yesterday, so hopefully the meeting goes well tomorrow, Xylo. We all have our fingers crossed for you, I'm sure.
Yes.
And let's give a little upvote on that. Yeah, fantastic. Here, I'll post that into chat so A, you guys can read it, and B, you can upvote it. Yeah, as far as, one of the things that we've been asking for ages is help us manage our expectations. And we'll show later on towards the end of the show in our community spotlight area, we'll talk about, or we'll show some of the posts that people have come out to say, oh my gosh, like things were posted in March, and we'll show the lighter side of it. But this has really been something that's been happening over the last few days of people just really not having an understanding. And so Xylo, this communication is extremely timely. Well done. And thank you for doing it.
Yeah.
I agree. But, so we should dive into a couple of points here. I mean, I've spent the last 2 days, like I don't even know how to describe it. It's like it's been like fighting off the zombie hordes in around the discords and
I think
concierge
that's
and
fair.
everywhere. Yeah, I posted a message to Xylo. It's like that gif of the zombies that are going up over that wall from that movie where they're just like
Oh,
it's like thousands of them and they're like
yeah.
piling on top of each other to get over the wall.
War Z or
That
something like that.
yeah,
World War
Yeah.
Z.
yeah, World War Z. But he's got to feel like that. I mean, I felt like that for the
World
past
War
2
SC.
days. Yeah, World War SC. Geez.
I had to stop
I mean-
reading the comments. They made me mad.
Oh yeah, but I've had to be directly engaged with a lot of people in our communities, in the Jump Club, and in the Yacht Club, with folks that are have been very passionate backers. They've been longtime backers. They're very deep in the game. I mean, these are $10,000 plus level backers. Some are $15,000, $20,000, $30,000 backers, and they've been around for a long
Cheapskates.
time. And they expressed some concerns, and initially I wasn't quite getting it. And the one thing that we've always said is that in CIG that I will never fault them for their decisions on development. I think they do a phenomenal job, and I know they're always trying to communicate better. And we had a great show with Xylo a couple of months ago about the struggles that they have internally, about trying to find the best ways to communicate with the community, which is so divisive and so splintered into so many factions, where you've got the White Knights that CIG can do no wrong at all, and I keep getting lumped in with those, and I resent that. I know I'm very close to that, but I will always call it as I see it. From my perspective, is my full-time job is following the development and what they're doing, and where they're falling a little bit short, I'll always put it out there in a very objective fashion that, like, look, these are decisions that could be handled a little bit better. Certain things need work, like the ship matrix. Certain other communications, we have felt that we're getting less and less over the years, where we used to get these really great deep dives around the different studios, and we know that CIG has communicated that it's very impactful on the developers. I would fall probably into the camp that I think that it is probably a worthwhile diversion of that time and effort. All the community wants all the effort to go into moving as fast as they can, but then of course they want a playable alpha that isn't buggy, that doesn't drive them nuts. So it's like, don't go so fast that it's buggy, but you've got these people that are competing, and I love the one statement that Xylo had in this post, that delivering the updates to the standards we want takes time, which is important. Everything of quality takes time. And despite those saying they would be fine with a rough cut of talking heads, which most of us, I think, as hardcore backers would like, we get endless complaints when that's what we deliver. Example, being that the monthly reports are linked examples above, which when people say that CIG hasn't said anything about Squadron 42 development, you get a goddamn monthly report every fucking month. All right?
And people call him a white knight.
Right.
So, well,
I
it's like you got to call both sides, but that's the dilemma that Xylo and CIG have, is that it doesn't matter what they do, people will bitch.
Exactly. No matter how much information you put out, if it's not straight hand fed with a spoon, they're not going to look for it either, or read
what is it about this
and
fucking
it's
video?
ridiculous.
Like, and they're losing their shit over like this one video. It's like, okay, well, yeah, they probably should have said something before.
I'm still waiting for my
Would rather
Retaliator
them
commercial.
wait and put out something that they're proud to put out, and they back 100%, because I love their energy and I feed off their energy, and I would rather them be like, yes, rather than put out something they don't like.
Well, no, I don't mean that they should have put out something preliminarily, but when the conversations that I've had is that okay? Well, so these people are saying, well, they said in March that they're going to have something very, very soon, and then there was one comment that talked about the video like a couple of months, like halfway between, saying, okay, well, it wasn't up to our standards, we're still working on it, and then nobody heard anything else again. What I have felt is that there's a little less direct communication with the community. There's these very flashy videos, well produced, which are great. But since Hearts left last year, there's not a lot of really direct dialogue with in the forums. And as I posted on a couple of these these Spectrum posts, we're getting great developer interaction on the forums. That they're answering specific technical questions, which is phenomenal and amazing. It feels like we're not getting like direct interaction with the community team. The mods
We're talking to Xylo right now.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I mean, this is phenomenal. But I'm talking. I'm not overall. But
You mean on
through a different
Spectrum?
medium?
Yeah.
Like on Spectrum?
And
Yeah.
Spectrum, and like it, like I'm in concierge chat all day, every day.
But I mean,
I have
do you
one
pay
window
attention
open.
to the actual forums, like the concierge forums and the subscriber forums, because they're full of garbage. They're full of garbage. If I were a developer, I wouldn't go there. If I were Xylo,
Doc, give Jordan a chance to respond
hell.
here.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
So in my daily monitoring is my full-time job of monitoring what's going on. I've got to search for every comment by every CIG employee in every forum in chat and in the forums and everywhere. So I always pay attention to what they're saying, and the devs have been much more active, which has been phenomenal. And like Craiglin and Toast are in concierge, but all there's like they have a nice cup of coffee. How are you doing today? A lot of people ask a lot of things, but they're very, very cagey about what they say. And I understand that a lot of statements have been blown out of proportion, misinterpreted. Poor Asmi and that whole thing about the insurance thing years ago is still being used to this day, even though it was retracted. And it's difficult to maintain these things, and I feel bad for Xylo that he has rightly risen to the top of the community team. When things rise to his level, and he has more places than I am. He's the only person that I've seen that is more like omnipresent in all the communities and everywhere, even with everything he has on his plate. I mean, he's in the Discords, and he's always watching. He's always watching.
Oh, yeah.
And then he has to come out and have these kind of firefighting episodes, and he does.
The eyes of the Xylo are on you.
Circle
They
of
and he communicates so well, and I love the way that he communicates. But what I get from a lot of the backers is they don't feel like they're getting answers to certain questions. Like, just tell us what's going on with the video. It's like, oh, we're working on it because of these things. So if just some community people were a little more active in answering some of these questions, they wouldn't continue to rise to this level where it's percolating, and then something else happens. So everybody in the world is overstressed because of the whole COVID and real life stresses, and I have noticed that some of the people that are excessively negative that didn't used to be also have some personal real life issues going on that are causing
people
additional
like this?
personal stresses.
Oh yeah.
People
oh my God, this guy,
personally attack a developer that hasn't spoken in a while that finally comes out and says something.
I want to beat the living shit out of this asshole. It's like literally. It's like so.
Well, I think Hanzo did a good enough job by calling him out as a troll.
Yeah, and
good job, Hanzo. Good job.
But the dev came back and after this and said something, and this is why less and less devs will come here and comment because of this sort of treatment, and it's like, how can you be such an inhuman barbarian, just like any lack of civility or consideration?
All barbarians are human
beings.
Yep.
No, they're not. They're subhuman.
Conan, what is good in life?
They're subhuman. But
Well,
yeah,
and
I mean,
he's literally
it's
doing
very
that to get
difficult.
the attention of the devs. So, like,
Oh, he's
giving
doing
your
it just to lash out at anybody. I mean,
exactly,
Well,
but
and
we honestly don't know his intentions. Maybe he
Yeah.
or she had a very, very bad day. So it's not really fair to really bring them up and run them over the coals.
it,
that's
But,
exactly
but,
right.
his
but,
specific comment was an agenda
well,
that he's been dwelling on. I
hold
deal with
on.
these people on a daily basis.
Sure. But instead of taking this individual and pointing fingers at them,
Right.
why don't we talk more in general
You're
about this
always gonna
issue
have
that's occurring?
roll.
Right.
And they're gonna spout stuff because they're having a bad day or they want attention or
Right.
whatever it is. But if you treat them like a human being and be like, look, I don't know what happened today, but here's the real deal. You'll see them turn back into real people, and that's what I've noticed.
Some will.
Yeah.
Because, but
Some
some
yeah.
will, and some won't. Some are
some of
just
them.
Some
there
of them
to
won't.
be trolls. But that's your limit too. But I do agree. Like, I think for the mental health of the devs, especially because, and just everyone on this project, you can't jump into every argument. You can't do that, and I don't blame them for it at all. Because they're isolating too. We're all dealing with isolation.
Everybody.
I think it would be different if they were back in the office and they could be like, and pointing fingers and laughing together, or taking it as a team. But you're stuck at home, and that finger is being pointed directly.
Yeah.
Well, and I know a lot of people are under financial stress. Their family stress. Their kids are home from school, and they're having to try to work full-time jobs. They're trying to teach their kids, take care of their kids, and they've got small children. They've lost their jobs, or they're potentially losing their jobs, or semi-furloughed. And I've talked to lots of people around the community, and many of us that still have our jobs, and we're very lucky because there's a lot of people that don't. And
Exactly.
I
and
think
some of these people
Shausen
have
said
put
it best by
thousands
saying, "I hug them anyway."
Exactly. You hug
Yeah.
them anyway.
Well, and
it's-
I learned that from Xylo. I've tried to be much more open and understanding, and that's why we had Mike on last week to understand people who have different perspectives, to be able to try to get to the bottom of where they're coming from. And these are the dialogues that I've been having for the past several days,
Yes.
and they've been very constructive. And because these are friends of mine that I've known for a long time in the communities, and they were really unhappy.
Oh,
and
yeah.
So
And
we talked it out.
exactly. And I agree. Like, I think with, like, as you guys say, the saltiness and stuff, there's a love behind the salty. Like, they're still playing the game every day. They're still invested in this game. Or the universe. I'm sorry. They're still invested in this universe. They're still invested in this community.
Life simulator.
And
It's
in this project.
in this project, exactly. But and I think at some point it's vital to say, I understand your frustrations, but at the same point, you speaking out in this negative tone, and it's constant negativity,
Hurts
Yeah,
everyone.
keep it constructive.
hurting our project. So, like, when I say something, if like I have a problem with a certain thing, or something, I'm always like, all right, we'll see how it works in the next coming patch, or we'll see how it goes, because everything is still changing. We are still in alpha, and I'd say that every day. Like, this is still a changing project. We don't know where it's heading, but it's always somewhere good, because and I always repeat the same quote, if you can think it, you can do it. And that's the most inspiring thing to me about this universe, is that's the goal. So everything is going to keep changing until it gets better and better and better.
100%.
And I had a conversation with a newer backer just this evening in one of the Discords, and he was saying, it's like, I don't understand why all these people are so salty. I came over here from Eve and Elite Dangerous, and this is the most amazing experience ever. It's like it's it's phenomenal. It's like, why are they so upset about not getting a video? And it's like, this is great. And we've got so many of these new backers that don't have this history of waiting, and like we talked with Mike last week, that so people that have been backing from 2013, 2014, 2012, and so it was going to come out in 2014. It's like, okay, well, that didn't happen. 2015, so okay, well, that didn't happen. 2016, okay, well, that didn't happen. And then 2016, they got the slideshow fiasco. That's like, oh, here's all the patches that are coming out next year, and we're going to have this and this and this and this, and then we have the hell that was 2017 with no patch all year essentially. So I understand that they have a long history, that they haven't let go of this baggage, and they haven't gotten to, okay, well, since 2018, and we've got regular patches, and yeah, communication could always be a little bit better. CIG struggles with it at times, but they're doing a great job, and there's no maliciousness. And one of the things that I've been posting around to people is Hanlon's razor, is that incompetence is not can be confused for evil intent or something like, so somebody has bad intentions, like somebody may just like not necessarily be incompetent, but not making the right decisions that you think that they should make because they don't know where you're coming from. It's like a lack of knowledge, and trying to figure out how do you communicate something that nobody's ever done before? How do you communicate going someplace nobody has ever gone before? And this project is bigger than anything anybody has ever done in the gaming industry, and nobody has tried to do this. Nobody has tried to keep a complex live environment in alpha this long
and keep their backers up to date.
Yeah.
I have never had an experience where they're like, yes, they're promising stuff and it may not come perfectly out, but they're still keeping you up to date on everything they're working on for the most part. And then they give us surprises as like,
yeah, and
it's special.
What's strange is the surprises upset people too. They're like, why didn't they tell us they were working on that? Why is this information being hidden? Why are they having surprises? It goes back to you can't please everybody all the time.
Exactly.
That's all it is. And we're just a bigger community. There's 2.5 million people or so.
And it's growing every day.
It's just gonna get more toxic.
Before
there's also a very good streak in the community that is
and
good.
guys,
it's the best community in the world.
You said it. It's only going to get more toxic as we get more people joining the verse. We've got to remember these times that we had. We got to remember the people that are here and make friends with them and connect and try and bring more in and try and connect everybody so that we can keep this way of thinking about the development, the way of thinking about this project that we know and love, keep it moving and growing within this community. That's the only way we can keep it from becoming toxic.
And try to maintain perspective. That's like, just because you want something to happen right now doesn't mean that people aren't working on trying to do things. Like complicated things don't happen right away. It's like that's my job. It's like I'm always behind schedule. It's like everything we do, it's like nothing is ever on schedule. And so I get it. When you're trying to do things and it's like, well, we're gonna have this for you tomorrow, and then tomorrow happens, like, fuck, it's 4 o'clock. We're not gonna have this for you today. Might be tomorrow. I hope it's gonna be tomorrow.
So one way,
exactly. Progress for the sake of progress takes time. I mean, if you think about it in the real world, if you think about it today's world, and you think about who's doing that today, you think of Elon Musk and Tesla, and they promised the Model 3 years ago. And I know as a backer for that, I put my money down. I was like, yay! And I was ready to wait. Like,
nice. Do you have a Model 3, Horton?
Here.
Yes.
Nice.
Ooh, we've got the Tesla club here.
I got one too, just recently. I love it.
I know, I love it. Isn't
It's
it
so
amazing?
awesome.
I can't wait to get my Y next year when it can fit.
Are you getting the Y? Oh, nice. I put down for the Cybertruck. Like I put down a deposit for that, but I don't know if I actually want it. We'll see.
You want it.
We'll see. It's a pretty sexy vehicle.
It's pretty cool. It's a sexy vehicle. Yeah, I need mine because I want more space. I love my Model 3, but I'm like, my dog is ginormous. It's like a horse.
Oh, no way.
Oh.
So I've been struggling whether or not I should tell you guys this because, it's personal information. It's personally identifiable information. And that is, I got but I'm going to tell you anyway because I love you guys. My license plate, I ordered a personalized license plate, and it is STR space RNR.
Yes.
Nice.
I fucking love it.
Can't wait. It got approved. Can't wait for it to arrive. It's going to be really cool.
That is awesome.
Yeah. All right. So
that's my next step. I need to get a custom license plate.
So wait. So you have the custom license plate. Does your baby have a name?
Yeah, Star Runner.
Oh fuck yeah.
Nice.
Mine's Nimbus.
Nice.
But,
Ooh. Yeah.
So
nice.
before we move on,
it's a good name.
You have a pony. Yes. It's not.
So I just want to touch on the what Zyla's talking about here as far as this kind of more the new roadmap for visibility into what the teams are working on and share the progress of the teams to indicate the size of the projects for the tech features and content teams. I'm hoping that this does give us that other viewpoint of here's all the things that CIG is working on, at least the stuff that they're not keeping really secret, so that people can have a better grasp of like the scope of it. And even if it's very long term or medium term or short time, like we've been talking about. So like moving away from this time centric roadmap system that just it doesn't work for this type of constantly shifting development environment. And what are y'all's thoughts on the different potential system, Stim?
I like the fact that it's not going to be date bound, as in you're talking about the roadmap, right?
Yeah, the new one that that he's talking about.
Yeah, so I like the fact that it's not going to be date bound. I was talking with, I think it was on the Fortnightly Frontier. I was talking with Darjnader and Meyer, and we were going on about how we feel the roadmap should change. And one of the big things we were talking about is it shouldn't be date bound. It should be based upon the different projects that are going. And this seems much more in line with what Zylo was saying, is they're going to focus on the different teams. They're not going to give specific dates, but they're going to focus on what's coming out. And for me, now I'm a player that might be a little bit different from most. I don't dive into the game on a regular basis. I haven't played the game since the last time I jumped in. I actually updated today, which is really good, but I didn't dive in. I haven't had time. I've been really busy. But I really enjoyed following and dreaming about what the game's going to be. So for me, when I see the different features that are coming in, I can see that the teams are working on things. I know the development. I can report on the development. I can discuss my thoughts on the development, but I can also dream about what's going to happen with this game and what's coming out. And I can take what my initial impressions of what the game were, and I can modify those and get excited about what CIG's vision is as it evolves. What Chris Roberts and the rest of the team at CIG is doing as it evolves. So for me, because I don't dive in straight away and I'm not worried, I do get excited obviously about what comes out in each patch, but I also don't want to have that disappointment if a feature I really want or a ship that I'm super excited to come out gets delayed, until a point X version or the following patch. And I'm definitely not going to get salty about it. We've said over and over and over again on this show that we want CIG to release it when it's ready because we believe in their vision and we want to see it going. Not everybody's the same of that, and we all have our breaking points. But for me, and I'm sorry I'm ranting here, but this is a topic that we have been hugely charged about for a long time. I love the way it's going, at least conceptually from the words that Zylo was using there, and I can't wait to see what the implementation is. I'll reserve judgment until it comes out, but at the same time, I think it's going in the right direction. What do you think, Horton?
I very much I love being in the verse and I love playing on a daily basis, but at the same time, I do weird stuff. Like I don't follow the storylines. I don't necessarily get too deep in the missions. I just like blowing stuff up and being weird because of the same reason. Shenanigans, exactly. For the same reason. Like I know nothing's gonna be perfect yet because it's an alpha and I'm excited for what comes. It's the same reason I do not watch trailers for movies or TV shows I'm excited that are coming out. I want to be surprised. So I know what I'm excited for in the verse. Animals. But
is it pets specifically or just like fauna of any kind?
Just anything. So my goal is to have some I plan on doing some weird stuff. So because I know I'm not gonna get a good reputation because I'm just gonna die a lot. So I have to create an industry around my name to have any sort of good nature in reputation in the verse. So yeah, I want a space zoo. That's what I look forward to. So for now, I enjoy learning and perfecting my skills. Like I want to get better at flying. I want to get better at, combat and things like that. And that's what I enjoy. I like the fact that I get that upper hand of if I play it now, eventually when this universe goes live and we all get to experience it together, I get to have fun and know a little bit about what I'm doing because I am a slow learner. My hands don't want to react to what my body or my brain is telling them to do. So it's nice having a little practice. And that's what I see alpha as. It's a practice. You get to enjoy it and experience it before it goes and becomes this amazing thing where people are just going to be better at it than you.
And people are always going to be better at Star Citizen or at something than you are, right?
Something, but she's going to be best at having a space zoo.
Exactly. This is going to be my space zoo.
Like I'm going to be the best space
McGrew Zoo.
tourist.
Yeah. McGrew Zoo. It's gonna be awesome.
I want to be the best space tourist in the verse.
Horton, what color's your Tesla?
It's black. I didn't spend the extra for the prettiness because that's gonna be my why, firebolt.
I went white, and
the white is sexy as heck.
it looks good, doesn't it? And then I had it lifted.
There it is.
Ooh, I do like that.
Do you like that? Yeah, I couldn't fit it into my driveway. So because it would scrape on the bottom. So before,
that's fair.
The test drive vehicle scraped the bottom, not mine. Anyway.
I like how you test drove it. I didn't even do that. I was like, I want it here. Give it to me now.
I made the purchase, then I'm like, maybe I should drive this car. Maybe I should sit in it.
So Steve and I would go on like a weekly basis to the store, and like all the people knew us. It's very much like Star Citizen. Like we just go and just hang out and make friends, and that's exactly what we did. We go and be like, "Yo, any updates?" And they're like, "Nah, but you want to hang out and like sit in the cars and be silly?" And we're like, "Yeah, we do." It was great.
Have you gone on a road trip yet?
I have. Yeah, we went all the way from DC to Texas.
Nice. Have you noticed how much of a bug killer the front of this car is?
Ours wasn't too bad because it's black, so we don't see it as bad as the white. That's another reason I got black. I got kids, and they gross.
Oh my gosh!
So...
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, and one is a vomiter.
Thanks for the
so I'm like,
oh no!
Play that game.
That's why I only have used cars. I don't buy new cars because I have kids.
It's a spaceship on wheels. I love that.
Yeah.
I got the black interior, but the white, it kills bugs like crazy. I thought there was a volcanic eruption when I was driving through the mountains over the weekend. Honestly, I did, because it was like, and I'm like, what's going on? And it took me like 5 minutes to realize it was bugs. Here, I'm gonna take a picture.
And it's so funny because Z wanted the white, and that's exactly why I was like, you might not want the white.
Unbelievable. I'm just gonna black out my my license plate numbers, even though I've told you what the new license plate's going to be, whatever.
So you guys, you'll laugh, but I don't actually have my license. And learning on a Tesla is the greatest gift I will ever have. Because it literally just does it for me. It's like, hey, there's shit to your right. Don't F it up. Like, I'm like, oh, okay. Thank you. Nice. Yeah.
Remind me never to ride with you. In a non-Tesla.
It'll be, no. Z tried to teach me a stick, and I cried on an inch lift because I couldn't figure out the gear to get over it. And there was a person, we were on a base, so there's like no traffic at all. But there was one person patiently waiting behind me, and I started to cry. I was like, they're gonna hate me, and I can't.
No.
So yeah, dual sticks will be fun, by the way.
I taught myself how to drive a manual.
That's amazing.
It was kind of one of those situations where I didn't have a choice. I wound up with a manual car and was like, I don't know how to drive this.
So
oh my God.
This was the front of my car before I washed it when I got it home. It's
Jesus.
It's like a bug murder.
Yeah, I was about to. Yeah. You murdered all of them. Oh,
but it makes you wonder how many bugs go in your grill into your engine of your car.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, that stuff's gross. I've pulled out like I've looked at my parents after we've done a long road trip and pulled out some weird bugs. I'm like, these are big.
Lord Style says, what do you expect when you drive with your shields down? I love it.
But I do agree. I think Tesla is the origin of ships. I would love to
It
see
is.
Elon throw his hat at some Star Citizen ships. I think it'd
Oh.
be really cool.
Yeah. He'd be an
Because
awesome backer.
he has ideas. You know secretly he's a backer. There's no way not.
He's a big
There's-
gamer.
Exactly. He's a big nerd. There's no way he's not
He's a-
secretly like,
he's a super nerd.
oh yeah. He owns all the ships already. We just don't know
Yeah,
it.
he just hasn't told anybody.
Exactly.
He just didn't have time to play.
I wonder if he was disappointed when Chris Roberts said he couldn't put Starship 1 into the game.
Right. All I want is a flying, what is that? The flying convertible with the
Oh
the
yeah, yeah.
roadster. I just want that to be randomly somewhere in the verse.
Yeah, oh that'd be
like,
great.
Oh my god!
Somewhere in the Sol system,
Yeah, somewhere
We
you
all-
just fly.
radiation bleach, so
Yeah.
it's like transparent.
Out near Pluto.
Exactly.
Stratos said, what other car company has a space program?
They're two different companies, though.
Yeah, but it's like
But it's
you
all
can't
him.
answer both. Can't answer both.
So speaking about things floating around in the verse, we've got shenanigans that happened on Saturday.
Yeah, so we were in 3.9 live. We were gonna go into the PTU, but Mintake, one of our yacht clubbers, was having some internet issues, so we decided to do live instead. And he found this great area near RCorp 141 outpost that's got some really great canyons, some good mountains, and this is
Wow.
probably one of the tallest mountains on Daymar. And it was hard to get up. We finally found a route up, and so we were jumping off of it. And one of the guys had a caterpillar, and so he was using it to lift people up to the top of the mountain. And for a lot of it, we ended up standing there overnight and just watching Crusader come up in the sky because it looks so beautiful at Daymar. I love seeing Crusader come up. And then the sun came up, and we started to do some shenanigans, and we were jumping off onto the caterpillar and all over the place, and it was a fun time. Had a good crew that night.
You guys always have the best time. I love
You should come hang out with us. It's like,
I know I need to.
I'll just do more shenanigans.
Every time I see it, I go, "Oh man, I need to come out!" Like every time, and then I just haven't done it.
Every Monday, Thursday, Saturday night at around 8:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, because I know the couple of times that I have done it, it was such a good time. It really is.
And a lot of folks will just come in and hang out in the Discord. They're busy doing other stuff, or they're even doing like other like they're running cargo or mining or something, and they're just in the Discord just because it's a hangout three nights a week where you're just hanging out, talking with other nerds. And so we'll have a half a dozen to a dozen people in the Discord, and some people are doing the shenanigans, and other people and they're just hanging out just to talk, just to hang out and chat. It's a nice little. And every couple of day little hangout.
It is, and everyone's always there for each other. It's amazing.
Yeah,
you guys
it's
definitely.
such a great community. I mean, we've and the thing I love about the yacht club community and everybody who's come to join us in the Discord is just really positive, fun people about everything in our lives. We share our lives and things that are going on, and trials and tribulations and good things, and cars you buy or places you go or things you bake or things you do in the verse. And just so many friends, and it's so busy it's hard to keep up. I mean, I'll look away for a couple hours and it's like, holy crap, there's 300 messages.
Yeah.
And that's the beautiful part is it turns from like this, people you play with to true, honest friends. And I think that's my favorite part about this community.
Yes. Because we bond over everything outside of Star Citizen 2. We bond over Expanse and Star Wars and Star Trek and SpaceX and it's like space will be going up. We'll post it. It's like, oh, we gotta go watch this. Gotta watch the launch, and everybody will be watching the launch, and we'll be
the
talking
launch
about
is
it. And the landing. It's like, oh, they stuck the landing. I was like, oh, they stuck the landing on the ship. Oh my God, that's the best part. And the camera didn't bug out. And we're all sharing these experiences together. Oh, these were great photographs.
Aren't these amazing?
These are beautiful.
In the caves. Yeah, this is Revan Parker. He's one of our jump clubbers. He does great photography.
And those caves are dangerous. So easy to get lost.
Yeah.
That's
We spend so much
beautiful.
time in the caves, but there's, you forget the caves are there because you're off doing so many other things, and just think like how little of the universe we have, how much there is to do. That's like, oh crap, I haven't been in a cave in months, or it's like, I haven't been to ArcCorp in months, or I haven't been to Daymar, and it's like, I don't remember the last time I was on Daymar. It's probably been 6 months. It's like, holy crap, I forgot what this is like over here.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be incredible when they add more star systems. I'm like, I'm just gonna be lost. People are gonna have to tell me where I am. I'm just gonna just fly off and be like, oh.
But it'd be hard to
It's
remember what
amazing.
moons are around what planets. Like, oh, we're gonna go to Walla. It's like, was Walla around ArcCorp or around Hurston? And then we get a whole other star system, and it's like, it's like, what planet are we going to?
Right, I have enough directions with where Florida, which is a straight line with one road that goes up and down. I couldn't do it. So yeah, this universe.
You couldn't
is
drive to
amazing.
Florida from DC?
I can't drive to Florida while in Florida.
Oh, fair enough.
Some people are not directionally strong.
You
I am
can
not.
always drive
That's
out of Florida and then
why
come back.
GPS on is gonna be amazing. I'm very much
just-
looking forward to that.
You just take I-95 south and you'll wind up in Florida.
I
Well,
know
the great-
I-95 is the best. It's just straight,
The great thing about the Tesla is you just tell it where to go. It's like,
Oh my God.
drive to
Yes.
Florida.
Oh, it is beautiful.
And
Yeah.
it says, I can't let
She's
you do that, Dave.
talented. I know.
That's Sentry mode. That's Sentry mode when you have the red eye.
You don't want to go to Florida.
Well, then you go back to I Love Robots, and you're like, this is how the end is gonna happen. I can't trust it, but I want to trust it. I'm so.
So Horton, have you and Zendoza used romance mode in the Tesla? Sounds like a personal
It's been
question.
broken in. I don't know.
Not asking for
She's seen
specifics.
things. No,
I hear the back seats fold forward so you can actually camp in the back.
they do. It's harder when you have 3
Oh,
giant car
yeah.
seats, but they do.
So I ordered the test mat, which is like a.
Those are the best.
Well, it hasn't arrived yet because they're back ordered because of
Oh.
COVID. So
That
I'm getting it
sucks.
after the summer, which really sucks. But
I'm sorry.
I know. But anyway, the cool thing is you can camp in your car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll maintain temperature and humidity, which is
Oh,
really
yeah.
cool. So
It is.
Anyway, and-
That's glamping.
It's glamping.
it's not even that. Like I don't know.
Well, and then you can watch Netflix
I
and
know.
all kinds of crazy
That's
shit. Like, are you kidding me? Some nights when I've had a rough night, I just take a bottle of wine and I go sit
Just
in the
go
Tesla
sit in
and
the car.
watch Netflix, and I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm by myself. Screw isolation.
Tim
Like,
wife
it's great.
Tim wife was saying the
Kids
same thing.
can't find me. It's awesome.
She's like, you know what? I prefer watching movies and like shows in the Tesla than because it's got a great surround sound, you know. So she'd rather watch it there than in the house. And I'm like,
You
what
guys can
what am I
watch
doing
Twitch
wrong with
in
the house?
Tesla. Like, you can watch anything you want
Yeah.
in the Tesla. It's amazing.
It's amazing. Really is
All right, I
your
gotta
own
go.
little starship. Okay,
Bye,
see you,
everybody.
Doc.
All
See
right,
ya.
Doc, good night.
Thanks for being on, Horton. See you next time.
Yes, love you.
Bye.
Bye, everybody. Where's the button?
Doc.
I need the button.
All right.
Where's
So,
the button? There's the button. Bye.
bye, Doc.
Look at that, slotted right into 3-person mode.
Yeah.
Good, Tim.
That was
Look at
that was smooth.
Look at that
I can't
NDI
do it
work.
in your voice, but
Look at that NDI work in there.
Yeah. Got it working. Got it going.
So moving right along with our actual show.
Exactly. So Doc left, and Doc's one job is to tell us about
It was
the lore
the
post.
third installment of the Lost Squad before the fall. So
Yeah.
um,
One
something
day I'm
happened.
going to go and read these because I'm sure it's really good.
You need to read them and record them so I can listen to them.
That's right. Sam,
That's-
you were supposed
That was the
to be playing
deal.
Is that the deal? Okay,
audiobooks
I'm gonna do
of
it.
the lore.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna do it.
You have that great audiobook voice.
You know, if you did
Thank
the
you very much.
audiobook and then you had Dr. Contrast like draw it out,
Ooh, illustrate some.
that illustrate
Ooh.
it, that would be I would
pretty
pay
cool.
real money.
I don't know if Dr.
sexy
Contrast would want to
money.
do that. He's more of an industrial designer guy.
Well, exactly. Well, if you put all of it in like spaceship form, I think he would do amazing.
Oh yeah,
So
I like
I
that
think
whole
it could
idea
work
though.
out.
Okay, we'll try and work something. We'll try and get something going. All right, and in the meanwhile, so that's a great lore piece when we get a chance to see it. This is we've seen this before, but it was something that kind of came up again. Jordan, did you want to talk a little bit about the gun rack?
Yeah, so we didn't expect this to come in for 310, but this is in 310.
Oh, it's in 310.
Oh, I
Oh.
missed this.
Yes, it was on Reddit today, so it's in right now in the Gladius in 310 PTU right now.
Okay,
Oh,
but
that's
you
hot.
can't
Out.
you can't
It is out.
actually like load a gun into it,
Yeah.
right?
Supposedly, yeah.
Okay, so you can actually put it in, get in your ship, fly around, land. It's persistent in there. You open it up, and you can take it and rearm yourself with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you put your
Technic confirms
if you put your
that was its whole point.
your weapon in it, does it leave your inventory, or does it stay in your inventory?
Well, no, it's physical, and it goes into the thing, so it's not in your inventory. It's in the ship.
Okay.
If you equip it and you take it out and set it in there, it's like, yeah. So it's like, wow, that was fast.
What
I was not expecting it.
What
faster.
happens if you 30K? Do you lose your weapon?
Well, yeah, you lose your ship and your weapon
Okay.
because the weapon's in the ship. It's like any of the other weapon racks in the ships. Things
Yeah.
are
Okay.
are persistent in the ships, and if you lose the ship, if it blows up or 30K or whatever, you lose everything in the ship. For now, until we get iCache.
Yeah.
Yeah. It makes sense.
Because if you die holding your weapon, you still lose your weapon. So I think
Yep.
that makes perfect sense.
Yep.
I would know these things if I played more.
I know
This is
for
true.
Shame. Shame. Okay.
Shame,
So
shame.
this is where we start diving a little bit more into the community content. And
Oh,
so
yep.
one of the things that I wanted to spotlight, and one of our own by the name of Asterjack, that is a really good personal friend and a fantastic guy in the verse. He's also one of the cosplayers at CitizenCon, and did really well. We thought he was going to take third place at this year, but unfortunately it didn't happen, or last year rather. He has put together, or he is putting together a sim pit, and so far this is what he has. He says, please excuse the smoked phone that he's using to take pictures on it, but isn't that coming together really, really well?
Looking
That's
very cool.
beautiful.
That's some nice woodwork there.
So he actually has some questions for us. He wants a little bit of input on it. So he's saying here, so he's building out this new sim chair and would love some input. He's going to be adding some cable management paths along the rocker switches for 110 power. That'll be volts. And USB 3.0 for powering touchscreen monitors and tablets. But what else should he think about? So he's looking for ideas on what other people would like to see in a commercial sim seat as he builds this for himself. So obviously monitors, but what would you want?
Yeah. I also would like, so I like the plastic armrests, but I'd like to see those be wooden and be actually like more usable. So maybe if you like put your sticks there or something, I think, and like a cup holder, I think that's a great idea. Yeah, like, you know, make them more versatile for armrests rather than just the simple, smooth look of there. I think that would be really cool.
Yeah, well, it looks on this one, he's using a
But it's
chair that has the
amazing.
integrated armrest, but he could
Yeah.
potentially in a future version use one that doesn't have the factory armrest, but he could build armrests into the actual into the seat mount,
Exactly. Yeah.
and then joystick mounts off of that.
Yeah.
'Cause
This is amazing.
Yeah, because I think most people would want to have joystick mounts there that would be able to kind of be adjustable in position.
Is that something that you would put as like a side module that slid in, or would you have it be attached? Like, would you have it dock with the chair module?
I'd almost have them slide in, but at the same time have the chair on a pivot so you could sit in and then move into your seat.
Yeah, Techno also said swivel chair, so it's easy to get in and out.
Yeah. Exactly.
So one of the things that he says here, he's waiting on the seat sliders and the 12-position lockable swivel that he's working on as first draft. So he's not worried about the details like the base, the width and height, etc. But attachments are probably, and obviously there's a piece of foam in there as a placeholder.
Yeah, joystick attachments would be the biggest question, and then where the keyboard and mouse, I guess, are going to come off of that front section somewhere.
Well, I think of the front section, if you have your monitors raised up enough, you can fit your tablets underneath for game glass or for whatever you're using. You'll have your camera up above. If you have, any kind of head tracking or whatever, that'll all kind of be contained in that forward module. But I think an in-between module or side stuff for your HOTAS with a double S, as I like to say it. So you've got your throttle and your two sticks. That would be great.
Beef Dip says that most pedals won't work with that. I didn't even think about pedals, because some people use pedals. I wonder, like, what percentage of the community actually uses pedals. I think it's probably pretty small, but
but it's pretty small. Everything's pretty small compared to keyboard and mouse. So yeah, quite right. Pedals won't work there. But so one of the things that I've noticed is, unless you have full 6 degrees of freedom from your joysticks, which there's not very many joysticks that do that, then you need to have the pedals, because you can often get 4 degrees of freedom, but you need the pedals for the remaining 2 for most people, like using a Warthog or anything else.
Pedals, Kidzilla uses pedals, Starlet uses pedals, a
Sid
lot of
Vicious uses pedals.
Of course, I know these folks are pretty high-end people. Of course, you've got to think about the people who would buy a sim setup are the people who tend to have all the peripherals.
Yeah.
So that is kind of one of those things that goes hand in hand. So I mean that would be a concern, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, neat.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
great. Hopefully that's some good feedback for you, Astro.
Yeah, that looks really nice.
Yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to following the project. Keep us updated, Astro, as it comes together, and I'm sure the community would like to see what it's going to look like in its finished project, just as much as they like to see your cosplay stuff sorted out. Come CitizenCon, it'd be great. Okay. The next one I have here. Okay, we're now moving into the next panel of tabs. Okay. This comes from an awesome movie that is geek canon. You don't know it? This is Starship Troopers. Pretty funny one. I didn't get the name of who created this, but really well done. The next one comes from Crazy Better, and this is it's worth showing because of the times, and it is a bit funny. So basically people are wondering where Brian Chambers is. They haven't seen him in a while, and blame the roadmap.
Some of these memes are pretty darn funny.
Yeah. Okay, and then the next one, and a lot of these are from Reddit here. Okay, and then this one here, I can't remember the exact title on it, but it comes from Freddie No via. It's basically saying, while we're waiting for Orison to come in, he thought he'd put together some art for it, and that's just beautiful.
That's
wow,
the talent.
That is so pretty.
Gives us a chance to dream about that Cloud City that's coming.
Orison's gonna be so good. What?
Can't wait. Okay, next one.
So a lot of people say that the RSI website's down, but I don't know if it's the spectrum's up for me.
Okay, this one needs some audio, guys. And this one's a little bit more on the serious side. Let me hit it for you. So hold up. Full screen. Sorry about all the white there. The bright.
Interesting. The main page is not loading for me either, but Spectrum's still active. Don't know what's going on over there. Oh, what is this?
I'll play it from the beginning again. So he blacks out. And he says he got sent to another universe when he blacked out. I don't know how many of you have played Skyrim and started it over and over again. You recognize this sequence immediately. So it may not be all that funny for that many people, but I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I played it once.
All right. This one's pretty good too.
I still hadn't finished it.
Oh, this one is great. Yes.
So the last one is from Crusader, please. This one is from Nomad. And says, remember when landing was deadly?
This was a post that the dev commented on and then got attacked.
Okay. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
no, I never actually looked back at the original post. That's pretty funny.
So after that, we dive into our Yacht Club SC Discord. So our own personal people putting out these shots. Look at this one. I'm just going to take away chat for a second. Isn't that amazing? Now,
Ooh,
Mystic
that's
Star, who did this one for us, did not name it. So tisk, tisk, tisk. I'm going to name it Nightscape.
Yeah, that was from our shenanigans the other night.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
The moon up there on the top of the
Yeah,
mountain.
the pale red dot, maybe.
Right. No matter
Yeah.
what you say about the universe, you can't say it's not beautiful.
It is so beautiful.
Yeah. Kopsa, Cop ZTA, Kopsa. I'm calling this one Coming Soon. Really nice photo. Really nice one.
That's a great photo, and that was
I
from
love
our same shenanigans that night. That's where we
Oh,
were
is it?
just. Yeah, we were just over there on Daymar, just enjoying just the beauty of Crusader in the distance and the night sky. And we were talking about starscapes and just how beautiful the sky is, and being out at night and just hanging out, talking about.
Well, it
Space and
translates
stars
well
and
in the
stuff.
photos, that's for sure.
It
Yeah.
really does.
And now Haskaha comes through with a really nice image here. Wow, hey. So this one is entitled Mustang Beta over Euterpe.
Nice.
And then Sarah Katerina comes through with an 890 jump atrium. Now we've seen this a million times, but doesn't it look brilliant?
Ah, beautiful photograph.
890 is just gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
So well put together.
I don't spend nearly enough. As much as I love it, I don't spend nearly enough time in it.
It's like, well, we do terrible. I feel kind of bad because some of the stuff we do in her, I feel a little guilty. Like we play like capture or murder parties in their most deadliest game because she's so big and there's so many places to hide. You set one person out with a gun and everyone else hides. It's like murder hide and seek. It's amazing. And then you look at this and you're like, oh, I feel guilty a little bit for that.
And then the next one is again from Sarah Katerina. And this is Aegis Eclipse over Magda. Wow, hey?
Gorgeous.
Let me load full resolution.
Nice. I love the Eclipse. The Eclipse is a beautiful ship.
Oh, it is.
I can't put that much into a single narrow focus fight combat ship, but it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
It's not my focus either, but wow.
Yeah,
it's fun to fly
beautiful
too because you
Yeah, it
really
is.
feel how flat it is. Like that sounds weird to say, but you can feel the resistance when you pull up.
Yeah, but
Like
Really
it lifts
interesting.
really easily, or
Like it lifts and then you can feel like a drag. Like it's hard to say. Like if you've ever
in
caught
310?
a stingray on a fishing line it
Can't
feels
say I
like
have.
that. Like it's a weird feeling, but you kind of have
I-
to fight it, but it's still smooth and awesome.
I swam with stingrays in the Cayman Islands at Stingray City, where they like you're on the sandbar in the middle of this huge bay. So you're like a few miles from land in the sandbar that kind of comes up. So it's like waist to chest deep, and there's like hundreds and hundreds of stingrays, from like little baby ones to like massive ones, like 3 or 4 feet across, and they've been feeding them out there for years and years and years. And so they just kind of come up to you, and they're just like these like gentle cows, and it's like, yeah, it's like crazy, yeah, very much like a stingray.
That's so cool.
I can see
But
what you
yeah,
mean
exactly.
by a
Cool
stingray pulling
experience.
away, because it's like wings would be undulating, so it doesn't have to go
Yeah.
like back and forth. It never has an end point where it stops the propulsion.
No.
And there's that resistance. So like when you're pulling one up, this sounds weird, but I've caught a very I love fishing. I've always fished. So like I was fishing and I had a bobber, so I caught a very special stingray. I don't think it was meant to survive. But I remember it because I was like 5 and my dad's like, "You're screwed. You have to bring that up by yourself." And I'm like, "It weighs a ton," because what they do is they fucking spread out and then they like hold it there. So they collect all the water. So all that resistance is pulling up. So it kind of flies in that resistance. Like when you pull it up, it's like when you're flying straight, it's
Yep.
smooth. But
Yeah,
when you
it's so
turn,
much
you
surface
feel
area.
the resistance, but it's not bad. It's so pleasant in a way. It's weird to describe, but it is fun to fly.
Oh no! Space 110 Space Ginger said, "So would it be bad if I named my Eclipse Steve Irwin?"
Oh, ouch.
Ow.
You
Ow.
space ginger. That's cracky.
Terrible.
Crikey.
Only if you paint it
Yeah.
green and say
Yeah, it really does look like a stingray. I gotta say, one of the coolest experiences though is snorkeling around a stingray. So it's just like following a sting, watching them swimming through the water is just the most incredible experience. Like that's definitely up there.
Oh, I agree. It's
Done a few
amazing.
snorkels.
Have you ever seen this?
What is this?
You actually can't buy them anymore. They were kind of like outlawed. It was called the mantis, I think, or it's called the stingray or something. Anyway, it's like it lifts up and it can go like super high as a watercraft, but then
Wow.
yeah,
What? Okay, yeah, that looks
Holy
like a
crap.
lawsuit waiting
it's
to
a
happen.
total
Holy
lawsuit
crap,
waiting to
that
happen.
looks amazing. I want one.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh my god, I do too. That's I remember getting such water burn from just doing normal tubing like that. I'm like,
Yeah.
I accept the challenge.
Silas says he could watch me swim around in the water for days. Thanks, man. Love you.
But
Love you, buddy. Okay, and then the last community we have here, just because it's the 890 and it's just
that's
a great
beautiful.
shot.
oh god,
Who's
those
that by?
rings.
Oh, by Yodi.
EOD operator, yeah,
Of
Oh, God,
course.
that's
Nice
a
picture,
beautiful
man.
shot.
nice picture.
I
I'd chat
love
for a
the ring
second
of the
there.
yellow.
Yes.
That's
And when you're
beautiful.
on Yella and you're up on those mountains and you can see the
Oh,
rings
yeah.
still, oh
The rings and Crusader is my favorite thing.
yes,
They-
it's
that starscape with the rings and Crusader, that is the most sci-fi experience that we all dream of.
it's probably my
there.
favorite spot in the verse right now. I could live there.
Since 3.0, since we first got Yella, that was my favorite spot. Or even before that, and even in 2.0, since the universe drops, like flying around the rings and looking at Yella and the rings and Crusader is just like, it's the most sci-fi experience really you can get, and that's that feeling of space and just
The limitless and just
it's incredible.
it's inspiring in a way. It's just
so I'm so excited for it as a space tourist for some of the future star systems that we're going to have. Like in Pyro, I keep saying this, that the Pyro 4 and 5 with the 6 moons, it is going. I can't even imagine how incredible that's going to be. Where there's a dwarf planet circling a large planet and 6 moons, all in one local area. You're going to see all these in the sky right there. It's like, oh my god, I can't wait! Like, I want this so bad. That's like, right now, it's like I want that more than anything else in Star Citizen. I want to go there and just. hang out. Although that's probably going to be like the biggest battle zone of everything. But
Right.
but
We're just
we'll-
gonna.
we'll-
We need to come with a white flag, just some white underwear hanging. Like, don't mess. We're just here for the view. I'm just here for the view.
Yep. Like we're tourists. Like
Yes.
we'll
We
just,
got our
what a-
fanny packs and all.
What a great show.
Oh, it's beautiful. Hey, fanny packs are making a
But-
comeback, but they're wearing them
No,
wrong.
said I was talking to Sierra about this screenshot that was posted to Reddit, which he loved. He's trying to post it. They're trying to we're trying to give him a link, but it's blocking out his link.
If he whispers it to T Nightster, he should be able to post
Yeah.
it. That's what
Yeah.
we do.
Is it- says he's got permission to post a link, but it's not letting him.
That's weird.
And then it timed him out. Somebody kill that bot.
Right? It's Twitch auto mod. There we go.
Aw,
So what's this one
you
about?
guys are the best.
Let's put it up. Oh, that's a great picture. Yeah,
Oh, beautiful.
that's a great picture. The
Oh,
new
yes.
controls, the new MFDs.
Oh, the cockpits look amazing, and this is one of those things that is new for 310. It's like all the MFDs and all the ships and the UIs, and it looks so good.
Hey,
And
just look.
you know,
how
people are just
fancy the
ignoring
ship-
these things. I mean, just the experience of being in the ships and
Mhm.
how great they look and feel, and
Yes.
I love flying up to the spaceport, in New Babbage. I love that. It's just the coolest thing.
Right.
And with these,
I love when there's a snowstorm and it like clears and you're just in this beautiful scenery and you're just like, oh, this is what it's all
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, it's like New Babbage is just it's my favorite place. It's
And with
absolutely
the
amazing.
server
Thanks,
actor,
Isla. That's cool.
Yes.
a nice picture. With the server actor network refactor, is that did I say that right? Where there's less
Client
rubber banding.
server actor networking refactor.
Wow, it really is a tongue twister. Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah, it is.
Can you do it? It just, can you imagine now, like there'll be less rubber banding, things will be so much more fluid in how things move. So that experience will just be so much more fluid.
Yes.
Can't wait.
So long as you're not missing a wing.
Well, yes. It's a conditional thing, of course.
It is, and I love that. I love that because I'm flying down. I'm like, why am I having so much trouble? Why am I spinning? And I'm like, this is the best thing ever. I was so excited.
So now is the time in the show where we start to go and ask a few questions and find out a little bit more about who exactly the Horton Hustle is and what makes you hustle. So you're saying you love the ships. What is your favorite ship?
Right now, it's my baby, my Prowler. I love
Oh,
her.
nice.
Prowler.
Yeah. That was my Mother's Day present.
Very cool. Very cool. And what do you like about it? What's the
I love the aesthetic. I love the alien ships in general. I love the quantums and all that. I love her explosion because it's literally lightning. But I and it's a great way to bring a bunch of people. So I love playing with my friends. That's the whole reason I started streaming. That's the whole reason I started doing any of this was to play with people. And so she can fit so many in. So whenever we're going to do something crazy, we can all just hop aboard and go do something crazy.
So normally the type of question, and you hit on like the second question I always ask is what got you started? Why do you love Star Citizen? Obviously, why you got into streaming is because you love getting in the verse and flying around with friends and doing that. But what got you? Why Star Citizen? Why not some other game? What got you hooked and wanting to participate in the verse with us?
Honestly, I'm gonna blame Z, the hubs. Because I remember when it way back in the day. So I wasn't an original backer, and I fought it because I was one of those cranky pants. I'm not gonna lie. So if anyone, has been salty and turned around,
Ah,
So,
welcome
so
back. Welcome to the light side.
What were you salty about? And what were you holding you back, or like? Tell us that story.
so when Z came
That's
up to me
important.
and he's like, I want to drop all this money on a game and concept that I can't see anything about and all that, and I'm like, we were still living. We were starting off. We weren't even married yet. We were living together in the middle of nowhere. Both
What
little
year was this developed?
struggles. Oh God, I don't even remember. Let's
Pretty
see.
early?
We started. It was pretty early. It was before you could actually look at your ships or anything.
That's what 2013, 14.
I want to say 2000. It was before our. It had to be 2013 or 2000. Yeah, because it was before. It was about, but we started the argument in 2013, 2014, because it was before I even was pregnant with the first one. And he was building his computer. And so, so it was really early on. And he's like, look, I really want this game. I believe in it. And he talked it up. And I was like, you know what? Do it. I'm going to be salty about it because that's
Awesome.
a lot of money to spend on a game. And I was like, I want you to get the LTI because back then, too, you had to spend $100 and something to get your LTI. You had to get, all your setups and all that. I was like, just do it. I'd rather if at the end of the day you crash and destroy your ship, you can just get it right back.
So this was a family discussion,
Yes.
seriously over what ship was it?
Oh my God, I don't even. What ship was the first one that you got, babe? The Drake Cutlass Pirate.
Ah, the pirate pack.
Yes. And that's
Pirate
the one
edition.
he wanted. I was like, is there a cheaper one? He's like, yeah. And I was like, well, you don't sound enthused. And he's like, I'm not. And I was like, fine, get the one you want. He's like, what I really want is this. I was like, okay, there's no way.
I really want an Idris, but I'm gonna get a Cutlass.
But honestly, watching
Honey, I could have spent $1,300. It's just this is only $100.
Well, and he literally he was like, okay, well, to run this, I'm gonna need this computer, and he still has the same computer from back then because we built it to last for Star Citizen. It was a lot of stress.
When you thought Star Citizen was coming out in 2014 or 15.
I didn't think it was because I remember watching all the videos because I was like, now we're invested. So he'd show me the videos, and I remember walking up and being all kinds of that salty, these are just video games, wife,
These are pixels.
Exactly. This is nothing. And
So were you a gamer? I mean, at the time in different games?
I was gamer. I've always been, Nintendo, and I loved games. I did.
Okay.
I was not a PC gamer. I never owned my own PC. This is my first PC. Star Citizen was my first real, I think, PC game, to be honest. It's amazing. But I remember the day that I turned around. And it was watching a video, and it was their first video where you could walk out. They were showing them walking out in space on a moon.
Yeah, the first test on the ATV where they were on Daymar or something like that. Was it a desert planet?
Yes, it was the Daymar. Yeah, it was the first. It was the first real video where they took it was only 5 steps.
Yeah.
In,
Oh,
and I went.
It's like,
I'm
holy
done.
shit!
All
I remember
right.
that moment.
Right? It was
Does
just
everybody remember that moment when they showed us that? It's like, holy shit, that looks freaking amazing. We're gonna be able to walk on planets.
Right.
What?
I'm like,
oh my
this is
god, that looks amazing.
right. And the art behind it, even then, was all right. It's beautiful. I could I imagined myself standing there as that character, just looking out into this world, and I went, all right, I'm sold, let's do it. And then not shortly after, they're like, you can go and it was nothing, and I was like, we're done, this is it, we're in. I can't wait, we're gonna save up for my computer, this is what's happening.
I'm
I want to play with you. Exactly. Exactly.
that is so awesome.
For me, that moment was when it really wasn't that far ago. It was when they were walking on the space station, when we first got a look at ArcCorp and the
CitizenCon
Yeah.
from space,
Yeah.
and the low orbit station.
yeah,
that
standing
was
on the platform and looking out over
CitizenCon
ArcCorp.
2017.
Yeah.
I think that was.
And it was
Yeah.
it was just before everybody said, like, I remember the exact like couple of seconds it happened, and everyone was saying, and I was thinking it like jump off.
Yeah, and he did.
And he did.
Like,
yeah.
oh, I'm gonna jump off. It's like I'm in free fall in space.
But
Like, holy
yeah,
shit.
But of course, he's rotating around the planet, so he could just use his EVA suit to get back on. It was like mind blown.
Yeah,
Amazing.
that was crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was 2017 CitizenCon. Like, seems like a very long time ago. Like, wasn't really.
Mm-mm.
No.
They've come so far in such a short period of time, and it's
People
a reminder to
forget
say that. That's the
They
thing.
forget
Like,
that.
whenever anyone gets salty with me, I'm like, I remember the time where they teased us in our hangars, and we're like, look, you can check out your ship, and then you take
Right.
one step on and died. Like, I was like, I'm like, yeah, aw.
But I think that's a great point, that at that moment when they showed the first step on the planet, and for Star Citizen, it was like the first step on the moon.
It was.
It's like you really visualized everything changing,
Mm-hmm.
because when I backed Star Citizen in late 2015, and I hadn't been in from the beginning, and I had just watched some videos and had kind of looked into it, but I didn't really envision like a bunch of planets and stuff. It's like, this looks like a really cool space game with like there was Olisar and spaceships, and you're flying around stuff, but. And I had seen some of the previous, like the cinematics of like flying down on rails down to a planetary surface or something like that, and it's like, these are loading screens. Like, we're all used to loading screens, and that's a cinematic cut screen, and then you're going to be in this other area. And when I saw that moment, it's like, holy crap! I mean, that's like it really changed the perception of things for me. I guess that must have been in early 2017.
Yeah, it was a big year, 2017.
No, 16. 20, I think that was that 2016. It was after the People to Planet, which was around then. Who remembers when People to Planet was? Is that 2016? Or was that the end of that? People to Planet, I think, was the end of 2015. In 2016, Spectre?
It's early onset, but you're okay. We gotcha.
So
We
it's like-
gotcha.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to establish like how recent this was. I mean, 3 years ago, everything was changing, like literally, and like all these backers that are all freaked out and salty and pitchforky and ranting.
Oh yeah.
But before that moment, we weren't going to have all of this that we have now.
No.
And that was 2017. So that was 3 years ago. Before that, so we had seen the People to Planet. So that was the first kind of like, holy crap, that's pretty amazing.
That was 2016. People to Planet early on, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that was 2016.
Because I came back in
yes, what
2016, and
Spectre
I had just missed People to Planet, and I came back in like June or so, 2016. So.
Jiro was saying December 2015. I
Could
thought
be.
so
Yeah,
too.
could very well have been. Yeah.
I thought so too, because that's what when Brian Chambers was saying that was when he got that experience with the guy who he was working on this private project, and he showed him, and they like had this experience. It's like blew his mind, was 2015. And so they had that early demo at the end of December 2016.
Jiro just says, I just look up the date on the video. It's not that hard.
Yeah. And it's like, but we didn't really have new planetary environments. We just kind of had that, and that blew our minds. And but those first steps on the planet were really incredible. And my Giphy, where I've saved every one of those kind of moments from all the ATVs for the past 3 years. I've got too many GIFs; it's not loading very quickly. But when I can get back to it, all right. Next thing, Tim.
Okay, so we haven't had a lot of money come in this show.
Starlet is donating an Emerald Archimedes.
Oh, very
giveaway.
nice. Wow, very
Think
nice,
it's an
Starlet.
Emerald?
Okay, great. All right,
So thank you,
so
Starlet.
T. Neister, can you queue up an entry so that
I'll
people can get in on that? And also, Horton, is that offer still up?
Oh, hell yeah. Heck yeah.
And then Horton is giving away a G12 original with LTI.
Ooh, nice.
Wow, so we got a couple of nice giveaways. Very nicely done,
I
Horton.
can't wait for those.
Starlet?
I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, me
know.
too. Like oh.
I want my RC with EMP because I'm gonna wreck some people's day up. Like, well, because I love doing destruction derby, and I'm like, oh, these are gonna be fun.
And then because we're all getting into the whole giveaway thing, I'm going to give away something which the future is uncertain. We have to figure out how to get more of these. But I'm going to give away a first edition Yacht Club challenge coin.
Meow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very
So
nice.
one of those to go up. So we have 3 giveaways, everybody. I'm going to put my grimy fingerprints on this, so I apologize to the winner.
That just makes it more valuable.
That's right.
They can clone you later. Right? Look how beautiful that is.
That gorgeous. Shadowkin and Pixelate did an amazing job putting this together.
Oh yeah.
Just
Yes.
amazing. My green screen is having troubles with that yellow.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh. Look at that shine. Woo.
It is so shiny. Absolutely stunning.
Okay, so it looks like it's open because everybody's getting in. T, is that right? Yeah. Giveaway's running for the P72. Everybody dive in.
Right.
All right. So bang, ship me, and bang, as the kids say, is the exclamation point.
So in fact, it is getting late over here, and
It
I
is.
just realized that I have an appointment in the morning.
Yeah, we'll push through. So really, it's just kind of asking questions about
Questions?
questions. Oh yeah, let's get to the Q&A.
This is important.
Horton, you can help us. You can help us with the questions. Okay.
Awesome.
So Crunch asks via the website, do you like the new flight model? And if so, what do you like about it, Horton? And do you you don't have to answer.
I do like it, honestly.
He says specifically to me, Stim, you don't have to answer. We know you never play.
I like it. I like not
That's
being
so funny.
like pushed out and being like, no, you're going the wrong way. You suck at flying. Because it's like, look, here's a hole to fly through, so you don't, suck so bad. I love that. And I like the new commands, like the keys, because I think they're more like gimbal is G and target is T. So for someone who's like, what does that do? It makes more sense on the keypad and stuff. But I do like it. I'm having fun. I love the realism of when you go into atmosphere. One, the fire is just beautiful. The re-entry is absolutely gorgeous. And I love that if your like ship is messed up, you're gonna fly messed up. Because it's that realism that I truly enjoy.
Yeah.
And does it feel realistic? Does it feel balanced for most ships?
Not all the ships.
Yeah, I haven't flown that many. I only have 2 ships. So
Yeah.
What's your other one?
I had to have an Origin, so I have a 315.
Oh,
I have to represent,
Nice. 315's a great ship. So the 350. Did we show the shenanigans from Monday? No, you didn't show
No,
the
we
shenanigans
didn't.
from Monday.
Let's put that on
So-
the background. Hold on.
Talk about So talking, and yeah, we can keep that on the background. We're talking about the flight model, because that's what we're doing. So there's a made up race course at New Babbage. If you fly under the tramways around the section of buildings around the Aspire Grand, there's like a canyon around there, so you can fly around that. It's a nice little circuit. And flying low to the ground under the tramways gives you a really cool little little flight circuit, and it really gives you a chance to.
Sorry, this is impressive flying, actually, Jordan.
A lot of people say that
like,
I'm a
is
bad
this
pilot.
Tirada?
It's like,
I wasn't sure for a second.
I'm just actually easily distracted. It's like when I focus, I'm not that bad. I'm really actually out of practice. I used to be a bit better, but yeah. So I was flying the 350. I flew several different ones. So I tried the 85X. I tried the Defender, the 350R. I actually did this yesterday in the 600 because they fixed it finally. For the first many patches, the 600 was literally unflyable in atmosphere, but they ended up fixing it, and I did the same course, much slower, of course, but the 600 flies great. There's some ships, I hear the Razor still needs some work, so it really depends on the ship. Some ships haven't been fully balanced yet, still needs a little bit of work, but I love the feel of the ships. I mean, they just feel more realistic. And Dalamar's was, so we had a bunch of us out there that were doing this, and then we were slaloming around the actual tramway between the spaceport and the city, and Dalamar's was on top of one of the buildings, and he was watching all of us flying, and he was this part here where we were kind of slaloming. And he said, as he was watching, it's like the ships really look like they're flying much more realistically, and it has a great feel. So, a lot of people, I'm really annoyed with the people who say it's like, why do they keep changing the flight model? Like they keep changing it. It's like, when are they going to be done with it? It's like, well, they're going to change it until it feels good. And I got to say, this feels really good. And yeah, it needs some balancing and tweaking, and we've got 6 months to a year to do that before Squadron 42 comes out. But I think this is great. I really do.
It's beautiful. And the way you move is part of the reason I want sticks now, because when you turn, you actually have to turn. It's not just like, whoop.
You have to bank rather than just turn.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well,
Just
banking and turning works much better than just trying to yaw, because of the way that the flight model is, and it feels good. And so especially when you have, like you're getting the two Thrustmasters. I've got a Logitech Extreme 3D Pro, which is a little bit cheaper than the Thrustmaster. I like it because of the butt placement. So I had a little incident there.
It hurts watching it. You've like invested in the flight with you.
Right. And then I took off again. We had some other challenges with some bugs and whatnot, but finally got back out there, and it looks so good at sunset. But when you have the 60 degrees of freedom, and you can twist and roll and adjust your strafe up and down with your other twists, and it just gives you such a good feel.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, let's move on to the next question.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go ahead, Horton.
I was gonna say so one of the things that I weirdly fear when they finish the flight model, because I'm a weirdo and I fly upside down. When I'm low flying, I can't fly like that. I will always hit my nose for some reason, so I have to fly upside down to do low flying. And I'm like, when they for real fix like the flight model and stuff, that's real gonna affect it. And I'm like, oh no, I'm always gonna die. It'll be interesting, but I love it.
This takes practice.
Exactly. I'm like, I'm so down for the practice. It's amazing how well you control the ship.
So Fledger has won the P-72 and has responded in chat. Congratulations, Fledger.
Congratulations.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Perfect.
Nice.
So
yeah, somebody else was flying a P-72 and they said it flies it really fun to fly, and then I ran into him.
Perfect. So Jordan, do you want to
Don't stop on a race course.
Jordan, do you want to be the one that brokers the transfer?
Yeah, pleasure. Get in the Discord and message me, and I'll get you in touch with Starlet for that. Who's giving that
That's
away?
right. Starlet, thanks so much for giving away that shit. That's fantastic.
Thank you, Starlet. She's a great member of our community.
Yeah, great. Well, you know, we have such a great group. It's amazing. It really is.
Yes.
You guys are fantastic. And one of the great things about the fact that we're kind of holding on to some of the money to give away later on the month is there'll be bigger giveaways. Isn't that going to be fun? So
More giveaways.
Yeah, even more. Okay, so T Nightster, if you can line up the next one, because we only have so many questions left up, and once that's ready, people can dive back into that. And for the next giveaway, the next giveaway is Horton is giving away a G12 original with LTI. So stand by for that. It's running. Go ahead, dive in.
Yeah.
I was definitely getting better as I went, because I'm really out of practice with like real flying, because I don't fly that much other than just to go from point to point. And this was feeling really good. I'm literally going to go back and do this a lot because it was just really fun.
Well, I think you can tell you're using sticks because there's a feel and an excitement in this video as how you're doing it, rather than just using a mouse.
And there's a smoothness. I cannot figure out that smoothness with a mouse and keyboard.
It's hard to get that with the keyboard and on the roll and everything.
Mm-hmm. It's just damn right sexy.
It feels good. You're gonna love them when you get them. Like tree.
All right, so moving on. This next question is how do you choose who the guest streamer will be? This comes in from General Avispa Gaming. That's a really good question. We try and showcase streamers of all types. So streamers that are new, streamers that are big and have been doing it for a long time. So it really depends, and it's not just streamers. It's also, you know, we've had Xylo from CIG on. We've had Sarah McCullough from CIG.
We've also had YouTubers on. And
Exactly. Yeah. So it's really about you know, who the different personalities are that are out there. Sometimes the timing is because we've made a recent connection with someone. Sometimes it's, you know, we were at CitizenCon and we ran into them and the timing just worked out that they could make it on. So there's a bit of randomness to it, to be quite honest. But we always want to make sure that it's timely for a certain person. So sometimes it's a topic. So last week we had Salty Mike on, and the timing there is because the community's been rather salty lately. And so it seemed apparent or really timely to actually have him on so we can start that discussion going about, you know, about what's happening. And, you know, Salty Mike, he self-proclaims that he can get salty, but he also comes through and says, you know, he gets so salty because he's passionate about the game. And even Horton Hustles said it earlier that, you know, the reason why these people are salty is because they're passionate about the game. And if they were really against the game, they wouldn't still be here putting out content and
that's exactly
sharing an experience.
what Xylo has said, and what Xylo has mentioned many times, and it changed my entire perspective on salty people. And there's some people that are just toxic, and no, I'm not really going to engage with them. There's some people that are fairly toxic, and I can converse with them, like FTR, failure to report. Like he's in concierge chat fairly regularly. I cannot stand his perspective in his videos, and he puts out some really toxic crap, but he is really passionate about the game. I mean, he really loves Star Citizen. He just has some really twisted ideas about certain things. So it's like, you know, I would not have him on the show, but Salty Mike, formerly Twerk, he has been very positive in the past. He has a lot of positive things to say. He has some negative perspectives, and we felt that, you know, he was somebody that it would probably be worthwhile to engage in, to try to get to the bottom of what's causing that, and see if, you know, we could like change his perspective some. And I think that we did to some extent.
I don't. So
I agree. I liked watching toward the end where you guys like really came together at the end of that show, and I think it was really awesome.
I kind of want to disagree a little bit. Like not how the show went. Obviously, I think it went really well as well. But we didn't have him on the show to change his perspective at all. We had him on the show to get a better idea of where he's coming from, because we everyone is different following this project, and everyone's following it for slightly different reasons, and you'll end up having those outliers where you don't quite understand, because they're different from your perspective. You don't quite understand where they're coming from. And so one of the great things about this show is, we've joked about it sometimes calling it the Tonight Show, because we've had the guys from Game Glass on. They actually did their launch of Game Glass when it went live on our show. We've had a number of
Corsair and Dave Rally.
Yeah, exactly. We've had a lot of different people. A lot of the people we have tend to be pretty positive about the show, because that's kind of how we are. And so like attracts like in situations like this. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we expose and get a chance to understand all the different directions of where people are coming from this project, because it really is a project where we're trying to make more friends and get to understand who people are and work together and be inclusive, and not single people out. So we talk about people being toxic, but we also have to understand that they've got reasons for being there. While we feel they probably shouldn't share it, they're probably going through stuff, right? So it's best to have compassion in that way.
And like with that discussion with Mike, that I learned about his perspective, things that I did not know, and certain things because of the trajectory of his path through the project and his perspective on what he wants out of Star Citizen. Like, what he wants is not going to be in the game for a long time. Like, he wants to have a fully developed economy. And until he has that, he's not really happy with what we have yet. And so it's like everything that delays getting to that point is a sore point with him, which
but
I can understand. And
absolutely
the same
wrong
with you. I didn't
nothing
understand
wrong with him wanting the original project that was backed and would rather be playing it now. Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. But I will say, having a constant salty attitude is counterproductive, and that's something I will always point out, and I will always say is like, it's fine to be salty, and it's fine to say what you don't like, but at the end of the day, you need to remember that this is a project that needs backers, and we're the best community in the world, like hands down. For me, it's amazing, and there's good points, and you need to keep reminding everybody of that too.
And in that, and unfortunately I didn't get to finish addressing that last week because somebody muted me.
How dare they?
I do. I'm fine. I'm fine. When I get to a boiling point where I'm like, it's like I've stuck my hand up so many times.
It's like, get it. Well, now we have a safe word. It's like, and I never want.
Oh, I love that.
What is our safe word again?
Bananas.
Is it bananas? I thought you didn't like bananas.
No, because you talk about banana bread. That's dangerous.
Oh, that's right. It's a nice segue. Okay.
Until we find something better. It's like,
you ever made banana bread, Jordan?
Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I think anything you can stick bread into, you're good.
Okay.
And I want to be better about not monologuing too much to where you can't speak, because you're the most polite person. You are polite Canadian, and you often feel like you don't want to talk over me or
I hate talking over people,
or any of the other folks. I know, and I feel really bad. So we had a conversation about that after the show. It's like I will try to be much more cognizant about that, or you can use a safe word. But I
and
wanted
only
to
mute as a last resort.
Yeah, hopefully we'll never
I love
get to that
the
point.
safe word.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Right, and I'm going to go on Salty Mike's show so we can continue having a conversation. And so and as we had started to talk about that, as content producers, as focal points for the community, as people that are presenting ourselves as experts on the project, that we follow it and we're presenting views that are supposed to be educated and enlightened and knowledgeable, that it behooves us to present an objective perspective on the community or on the project and CIG for community backers that don't know better. And while we may have issues with with whatever, we have to be very careful as to what we say because it influences the community. And as I was saying, I think is the issue with various people. It's important for us to not attribute too much negativity. And like with this whole thing going on these past few days that we were talking about, it's like CIG is doing their best with something really, really huge and complicated that nobody else has ever done, and trying to communicate what they're doing in something that, they're figuring it out as they go. And I have this conversation with like business software developers, and Stim, you've had experience with business software. It's like you know what you have to do to get to where you're going. It's much more of a known quantity. But with game development, you're literally making it up because they're building a universe that nobody's ever tried to build before. And so they don't really know. I mean, they know where they're going, but they don't know exactly, what the path is to get there. It's kind of like Lewis and Clark. They're going to find the Pacific Ocean, but they don't know what's on the road there. They don't know how long it's going to
create,
take.
and a lot of
They're
it
going to
is
have to cut
finding
trail.
and working new technology too, and waiting for it to come out, or so it's technology and their ideas growing together in this beautiful synchronization that is just going to make this mind-blowing, even more so than it already is.
So it's important for us to present a balanced perspective for our audiences, so that they don't get an overly negative view of something that it's like.
Exactly, but there's also
CIG
realistic expectation.
Yep.
As well, it's a balance.
CIG struggles with, and that's the only place where I think that they have issues with is that learning how to manage those expectations and present the information on what they're doing, where they're trying to figure it out as they go. And it's like, the further out that you try to project, a plan and a path for where you don't exactly know where you're going, it gets much more foggy the further you go and out of focus. And they tried to do more of that, and they've been scaling it back. And it's not because they're not wanting to tell the community. It's like they got to figure out a different way to present the information, and it's complicated. I mean, they got probably 750 people working on like just a mind-boggling array of tasks.
So speaking about mind-boggling, we missed the winner of the G12. So that was the beef dip. Congratulations, man.
Oh, congratulations, beef dip.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
Now, the beef dip, are you and the Horton Hustle acquainted on Discord? Because if you are, do you know?
He can message her from
our... you can message
in the Yacht
me,
Club.
or you can message them. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, we'll make it happen.
We'll make it happen.
we'll get you your G12. Congratulations, man. That's fantastic. And then the last one that we're going to give away that we queue up, go ahead and queue that up for us, T. Let me know when that's ready, is the Yacht Club Challenge Coin, first edition. Be very exciting. And we've got 3 more questions to dive into, so let's get into those right away. Okay.
Yep.
Lord Styles. Lord Styles has a couple of questions. First one from him. When a ship design reaches a large enough size, do you think that those ships will be allowed to reload their ballistic guns from internal storage instead of using a spaceport? Well, we know the Hammerhead does that. Right, we know there's a cargo, or like an area that is specific just for armament, for loading up the ballistic weapons there. So there's definitely something going on. What do you think, Jordan?
They talked about like missile turrets being reloadable.
And the giveaway's open, guys. Dive in. Sorry, Jordan. Go ahead.
Yes.
Like the Hammerhead, I think is a good example of that. I think that they did talk about that there would be ammo reloads for ships like the Hammerhead. So that when you run out of what's in your turret, that you have to go through some kind of reloading. So I think that they are planning on doing that at some point in the future.
Okay.
And I'll be right back.
Sure.
Horton, what do you think about?
I think it's important, especially if you're and it's for all points, whether you're a pirate, whether you're fighting pirates. I think that's kind of a necessity. I mean, you're obviously going to be, you have to be aware of what is in your ship and your ship's capabilities, but having extra backup could put you over into winning a battle. So I do think that's kind of important, especially because you're not going to have all the time in the world, especially being a big ship that doesn't necessarily move as fast.
Yeah.
You're not going to have that capability of just like, oh, I got into a battle, let me go and stop at a port and reload and then go try again. And by then, they're probably quantum somewhere else too. So you're not, you know what I mean? So I do think that is going to be important.
Yeah. So it depends on the size of the ship. You don't want all of them to be able to do it.
No, if you're a smaller ship, there's no need because, you know, that's not really, and especially if that's not what you're built for. If you're like a cargo ship and your basic is just to get here from there to bring cargo back and forth, you know, maybe a little extra ammo is okay, but you're not going to need the big guns necessarily of something much, much bigger.
Definitely not. Okay, next question, still by Lord Styles. If we have automatic landing, then why don't we have automatic takeoffs, especially when some ships are really a tight fit in the hangars? That's a very good question.
That's a good question.
Tesla would call it summon. You'd summon your ship to take off.
Right. Once you're in it, bro. I don't know. That's an excellent point. I don't know if they will or will not in the future. But I do like it.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's more of, you know, I hate the phrase "get good," but that's kind of one of those.
Right. I also really like taking off. There's something super sexy about it. Like, you know,
I love taking off.
Yeah. There's a power behind it or something that just, it feels good.
Nice. I need to play more. I need to get that feeling. That sounds really good.
You really do. We do tutorial Tuesdays. Wink, wink.
Okay. Okay. I hear you. I'll drop by. So via Twitch, Arc Reaper 7 asks, do they have any kind of timeline for official SC PU releases? So Star Citizen Persistent Universe releases. I know they show a roadmap for the next few upcoming patches, but what about a list of the missing features or anything? Well, it's a really great question. And, you know, CIG likes to reserve some of the features to surprise us. And as time has been going on, they've been trying to surprise us a little bit more with some of those features coming in when they come in. So there's been this movement away from having everything on the roadmap in the last while. That's been consistent as well from doing ship concepts. They've been kind of moving away to make them more flight ready when they come out, rather than something that they're concepting. It'll come out much, much later. So to make a long answer short, no, there's nothing else really. Now you can go for a tour at their studios if you're able to get there, where you can get a hint and a look at sort of what's, you know, on the back end, what some of the developers are doing, but you're under an NDA, so you can't talk about that. There's also the leaks really Discord you can dive into if you want to see things that are just coming out. Is that not big picture?
Yeah, and it seems like, and like this is the kind of question I get from a lot of the newer backers, that they don't really. What's the big? When is it coming out? What all is planned for Star Citizen? And we talked about with Xylo about that you know, it's hard to encompass the scope of all of the features that are planned, and there's no place where you can really look to see what is everything that's planned for Star Citizen. I mean, it's been trickled out over the past 8 years.
The design documents are pretty good, though. Now they're old, but they do give you a better idea of
place. It's hard to find them.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking for, cargo design from 2015.
Like, you know, the specific one.
The economy outline from 2013. You know, unless you know to go look for them, there's no place that really kind of shows this overview. And that's one of the things that
what about like the Star Citizen like wiki, like the Galactopedia or even the actual like star system tools.
But even then, everything's cataloged there.
Yeah.
But unless you know what to look for, that there's no real overview. It's like, what is what is all of Star Citizen going to be? CIG doesn't really have anything anywhere that really puts that out, other than like some of the early videos that Chris was talking about the future. But even then, it's changed from then. So this is something I want to put out a video kind of outlining that, and some of the content creators have done that over time, but I don't think anybody's done that in quite a few years. I think Nubifier did it back in like 2016. He did a nice one. But I haven't seen one in a long time that just kind of gives an overview of like, here's all of the things that Star Citizen is going to be. And, you know, it's going to be 3-5 years plus without even 100 star systems. A lot of people can't grasp that. Oh, eventually, so what was promised before we had planetary tech was 100 star systems, and we have them in the star map, and we have lore for most of them, but we're not going to get those for a very long time. And even if we get to 5 star systems a year, that's 20 years.
Yeah.
So things are going to have to change and definitely speed up. We know they're going to speed up.
And as technology changes and evolves too, the universe is going to evolve and change.
Yeah, and they'll get faster. The bottleneck, as we know, is the bespoke landing zones. Like Orason's been pushed back for a lot of different reasons, but a place like Lorville or New Babbage, these that they have to hand create, that process has to get significantly faster. I can see them getting to the point where they could turn out 5 star systems in a year, but the landing zones themselves could take 6 months, or maybe if they condense that down to 3 months. If they could turn out a New Babbage in 2 months, one team working on that, but then they have to have one for each of these star systems. So they'd have to have 5 of these come out, or 6 of these come out, to get 6 a year. And we're still talking about this very long time. So and it's huge, and it really is.
Exactly, and you talk about that, and then you talk about like they're also working on top of doing this universe. They're also working on Squadron 42, so it's splitting up their time, which is amazing, and they're doing an amazing job even with that. And so eventually, once Squadron 42 comes out, you're gonna have this whole new level of people working together too. So it's just gonna keep moving forward. It's a snowball, it's just gonna keep getting better and better.
I wonder when Squadron 42 comes out, what we're going to do on the show. Are we going to have some like play sessions of just playing it, or is that something we'll let each person do themselves?
I think I think we would talk about it, since it's a single player game. I don't know. I think it's something that like we would play it and then talk about it.
Yeah,
I agree, because you're going to notice things that other people don't either.
Yeah,
but we don't want to give away any spoilers on the show, right? Like that's the last thing we want to do is tell people about part that's coming up.
Problem too. It's like
even if you do a spoiler, like there's. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like even if you do like a spoiler, there's still so much to be seen. And because you can see it in the verse now, there's still so much little tidbits that somebody's going to miss. And it's going to be worth doing the entire playthrough and getting to understand the verse even better than what anyone can tell you in a spoiler or, just showing you no matter what.
Yeah.
So I don't think you'd be ruining it for anybody. I just think it'd make it more interesting and more of a challenge to be like, what did they miss?
Oh.
C. Cobbler had a good comment that I'd rather have one completely fleshed out system than 100 systems with no content. It will all come in time and hopefully worth the wait. And and 5 star systems like this star system will feel better than 100 empty star systems like Elite Dangerous's trillion star systems, where they're all
or No Man's Sky.
or No Man's Sky.
And that's not fair to No Man's Sky now. It was at the beginning.
They've got a lot more, but still,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it's still just randomized content.
Yeah.
And this has a depth and that every location and every planet and every moon is curated. They're not procedurally generated. It's procedurally assisted artists that are creating each one of them.
And it will get a
And
lot
there's
faster.
so much to explore. I mean, you could spend a month on one moon and still not see it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's going to be so much more in time, and they will continue to add more and more items of interest and randomized loot, as it were, like things to discover. Caves. They talked about having hundreds and hundreds of caves, but they couldn't because of server meshing.
Yeah.
Caves, derelicts, abandoned outposts, and all these things and more that we don't have yet, and those are going to fill out the systems even more.
So let's move on to the last question. So actually, that was the last question.
That was the last question.
Oh,
And by the
Great.
way, Jad won the challenge coin. So congratulations, Jad.
Wow.
It's awesome.
Congratulations,
oh,
Jed.
jealous.
Yeah.
That's
Great.
awesome.
Great member of our Yacht Club community.
100%. So Jad, reach out to me. I'll need to get your address and all that, and get it in the mail, and you'll be the shiny new owner of an illustrious and shiny new coin. Not so new coin. But you'll have it. Okay. So that takes us to the end of the show.
Great show.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. It's
Yeah,
great
it was a
having you
lot
on as a guest.
Very fun.
I always love
Awesome.
being here. You
You're an
guys are
awesome
the
guest,
best.
Horton. You're the best.
No, you're the best. No, you're the best.
Wow.
No, you're the best.
You're
Thank you.
breathtaking.
Yeah.
All right. So what's coming up later this week? Well, we'll have an Inside Star Citizen tomorrow, which should be really good. I don't know what the topic is. Anybody know what the topic is for tomorrow on ISC?
Not sure. I didn't catch the sneak peek.
Yeah.
If there was one.
Yeah, I missed it too. And then on Friday, we should have a roadmap update as well as a roundup, subscriber vault update as always, an RSI newsletter, which will have sneak peeks, etc. And then there should be a Star Citizen live as well, so it should be pretty exciting. Yeah, thanks for everyone saying great show, Uno. Great. Thanks, guys. Thanks for taking your time.
Yes.
We know you have lots of choice to where you want to be, so it's really special to us that you're hanging out and spending time, being an awesome
the
member
community
of the
is what
crew.
we're all about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We spoke about maybe changing the scene that we have to have it where people are kind of like pulling up in yachts next to each other, or we're all up in the club, in the yacht club. Oh no, we'll come up with something exciting over time.
Oh, we were also talking about incorporating occasionally having a call-in show for our community, to where
Yes.
y'all can call in, and we'll give like a couple of minutes to anybody who wants to talk on the show can call in. You can be on video if you want, or you can just be on Discord audio, and we'll just cycle through and give everybody a chance to talk on the show and just have a conversation with us. So that's going to be upcoming here fairly soon.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that's going to be a lot of fun.
I don't know how fairly soon it's going to be. I've got a few things on my plate, but
This is soon TM.
that will
Soon
definitely
TM.
come, but
Yeah.
couple of months
CIG.
away minimum.
CIG.
Put that on the Q3 roadmap.
This year.
All right. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed hanging out with us and for spending that time. If you do have any questions between now and the next show, feel free to throw them in there. If you also know about anyone that's putting on a really cool project, like Astrojack has his sim station that he's putting together, let us talk about it. Let's spitball some ideas together if you have something cool that you're putting out there. And don't forget to follow us if you haven't already. For all of those that love the Horton Hustle and are in her show all the time, if you want to stay and hang around and watch us here, that's great. I know actually you rate us all the time, so they probably have all seen the show. So
I hope so. You guys are the best.
Great.
T, can we post her stream there in the chat for people to go
please
follow
do.
her?
Please do.
Yep, definitely follow
Speaking
Horton.
speaking of them, they're the reason I've been purring all night. They dared me, and Jaroon egged them on. that every time my name showed up in chat, I had to
Oh,
purr.
is that what's
So
going
like
on?
even the most awkward of times, like guys, no.
That's why I changed your name to like the Purr Monster. I'm like, what's going on? I gotta watch her stream more often.
She has a fun stream. It's like a very fun stream.
Love you guys. Thank you for being good sports, not being like, the hell are you doing?
All right.
We're all about being silly.
Oh yeah.
So we're gonna raid somebody. I'm not sure
Sounds
who
good.
we're raiding.
Sean Von Gone. I think, right?
And while we're getting that going, Joran, if before you pass out tonight, if you could get that post up to YouTube for our people that weren't able to watch it, and so people can share it, that'd be awesome.
We'll talk about that after the show. If you've got the Twitch access for me to do that.
Okay, we'll have a look at that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Otherwise, that's great. Thanks everybody for having a great time with us. It was an awesome show. We look forward to seeing you again soon.
I think we're getting ready to raid.
We are.
Drinks up.
Nearly there.
Good night, everybody. Have a good time.
Drinks up.
Cheers.
Night, everybody. Thanks for a great time.
There we go.
Bye.
Awesome.
Awesome.
We're out.